is the Big O Show. This 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 is
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house!
Get out of the house! Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Righty. Good morning, boys and girls. Hope you all are doing well there. It is a beautiful Tuesday. We're 1 day away from training camp. 1 day away from Sean. You got to get up early in the morning. I got to get up earlier in the morning. You're a little closer than I am, actually. Actually, you're really close to camp. You lucky bastard. Anyway, so good thing is we don't have to drive as far to camp now. So that's excellent. So we are in fact 24 hours from now we'll be sweating our asses off out there on the field. I think we get McDaniel like at 9:45 in the morning. By the way, practices are not open to the public until Saturday, I believe. I want to say yes, Saturday, July 30th, 10:25. I was looking on the schedule. That's the first practice that is open to the public. So you guys can go out and check out the Super Bowl champion of this season over at Miami Gardens, practicing and getting ready for the new season. So there you go. Again, yes, I said that. The Super Bowl winning team of this season. You can go watch them practice. Saturday, 10:25. We'll be there. I'll be there. I'll see you guys there. We'll have some fun. We're ready to sweat up a absolute storm while we're out there. So it's a beautiful thing. We got a loaded show for you today. Manny Navarro will stop by at 10:30. Cameron Wolf will be here at 11:15. We got Omar Kelly at 12:15. At 1 o'clock, George Richards will join us. So we'll talk a little bit about the Kachuk presser. We'll go over that ourselves. Also, we got to go over the sound bites from Kachuk, who was just absolutely outstanding. Everything that I wanted for the Florida Panthers, I think I just got it in the Kachuk trade. The stuff that I've been clamoring for, I think I got it. And then at 1:20, we'll talk to Anthony Chang with our Liquor Split Miami Heat report. Tonight is Mega Millions. You know, I can predict a lot of things in sports. I just cannot predict the damn Mega Millions. That would be nice, okay? Would be nice. All right? We need to win those Mega Millions today. Be good. It's nice to, like, I don't know, alleviate the pressure of everything in life, right? At least of earning money and paying bills and your mortgage and your insurance and all that. Just would be nice to know that I don't have to worry about bills ever again. I would love that feeling at least. I've grinded for nearly 56 years now. Just give me a couple years left of enjoyment. Can I ask for a little Mega Millions tonight? That's all I'm saying. Just a little Mega Millions. I promise we'll make the show even better. How about that? Greater Good says picking mangoes and avocados this morning. I love South Florida. There you go. You got some avocados? Where's the sushi? That's what you got to get. That's what you need the avocados for. I told myself to temper expectations for this season. Not going to effing happen. I can't wait for this season to unfold. Fins up. That's right. Let's go. Let's go all in, man. Let's go all in. That's what it's all about. Let's go all in. That's the fun way to go about it. Let's enjoy the ride with Mike McDaniel. Let's hope for the best. That's all. Let's hope for the best. Let's root on the boys. Let's hope that this offensive line and running game wakes up, because if it does, now we're talking. Now things are going to change. Ooh, breaking news here. Another set of human remains was found at Lake Mead on Monday as the reservoir water levels continue to recede, according to a news release from the National Park Service. Boy, how many bodies are going to come up in Lake Mead with all those mafiosos and everything dumping bodies in Lake Mead back in the 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s. And well, actually, I don't even know if Lake Mead was around the 40s, whatever it was. Well, 60s or 70s or whatever. Yeah. So, it's crazy. Anyway, so we'll see how that it's sad, by the way. Actually, forget about just the bodies that are showing up there. They were probably involved in some shady stuff as it is. The real tragedy is that water level is going down, and it is going to hurt a serious part of our country in that southwest corner, man. Feel bad for those folks. But again, man, if we can build pipelines for oil, you build a pipeline from the ocean, and you lead it to Lake Mead, and give Lake Mead some water. All you do is filter that thing and put it right back in there. And I mean, why can't we do that? They're actually talking about that with Salt Lake, with the Great Salt Lake. Obviously, most of you don't live there, but I'm a geek. I follow news all over the world to find, I'm just interested in what's going on everywhere in the world. And I don't know if you guys know this. Did you know that the Great Salt Lake is down to 1/3? 2/3 of the Great Salt Lake are dried up, which, by the way, now then pollutes the air with contaminants, because, I think they were talking about how it could end up becoming lethal and everything, some of the stuff that could come out of the ground. But anyway, bottom line is, I don't know if you know this, there's like 800 square miles or something like that of the Great Salt Lake that is now dried up. It's bigger than Maui. Okay? So you can get the island of Maui and put it right there inside the spot that's empty of the Great Salt Lake. That's how much of that lake has dried up. What's going out west with some of our lakes, it's a crime, man. It's a crime. It really is. And the Great Salt Lake is just one of those. It's an amazing body of water as it is. And it's, drying up. It's a real shame. Climate change is real. It is real. And it is leaving its mark all over the place. Today could be the last Big O show if he wins the lottery. No shot. If I win the lottery, the show will be better. It'll be better because I don't have to hustle as much as I normally would have to hustle you guys have no idea what we have to do just to air this every day. I'm not doing this from mom's basement and they're paying my bills. And so I can just do this for fun. And we have, 14 insiders who are coming on for free. And, it takes a lot of money to run all of this. And it takes a lot of work. And we don't have a big staff. It's only a couple dudes that have to get this thing done. So, it's money would actually make it easier for us to make a better show. Actually, that's what it would do. So, yeah, I disagree with you there, So, definitely not the last one also because I'm certainly not winning tonight, but what the hell? It would be nice. Lake Mead, the Mafia Graveyard. Yes, it is, Brooklyn Rob. Yes, it is. And by the way, we're in the middle of a nice, sweet dip in the altcoins. Notice how Bitcoin and Ethereum didn't drop too much. They dropped a little bit, but the altcoins are dropping heavy because they always drop heavy. And they're all waiting for the Feds. Feds are meeting today and tomorrow, and they should announce the 3/4 rate hike, which is normal. But I think that the markets, came down a little bit because they're waiting for the Fed to announce the 3/4, because if it goes to one whole point and they go 100, then you're going to see it drop even more. If it goes 3/4, it might hold up and it might start climbing again, because I think most people have already planned for the 3/4 hike. So right now, if you're into altcoins, there's some deals right now that are now coming into some really good buying zones because of the latest dip there. I actually picked up a little extra Gala this morning. Gala Games for me it's like a gift right now where it's at in the 5-cent range. So I picked up a little extra Gala this morning myself. Pat in Nashville says, "Oh, did you hear U2 is going to do a month-long residency at the new Madison Square Garden Sphere venue in Vegas in 2023? I'm there. The venue is mind-blowing. Check it out." I have not heard that they're going to do that. But if they're going to be in New York for a month, I need help from my New York folks. I need places to stay because I won't be able to afford to stay in New York for a whole month. But I will be there if U2 is going to be a month there. I'm going to be at most of the shows. I can guarantee you that. If that's true, I don't know about that, Pat. I haven't heard. But if it's true, I will live in New York for nearly a month and try to go up there. Okay. Adam says, "Oh, if you've ever flown out to Salt Lake City, the Salt Lake is massive or was massive. It's cool to see from an airplane window." Yeah, well, we're losing it, man. We're losing our Salt Lake. And it's really, really sad. I mean, Lake Mead, too, you go watch it, and it's just a crime what's going on. And I go to Vegas a lot, so I've watched it over the years, get smaller and smaller and watch God, I remember the first time I went to Vegas where the water level was right up there, man. You would walk by, and you're like, whoa, the water's there. Now the water's way down there, and you're like, holy crap, this thing is dipped. Worse than crypto. Oh, you have a haircut or just no? It's just pushed back because I showered a little while ago, so it's not dry yet. So I have the Pat Riley look while it's still drying. That's why. No haircut. Good morning, Big O. Marlins got that ass beat last night, but it was still a good time. Yep. And we lost the liquor split matchup of the night on that one. I thought they would bounce back on that. Wrong on that. Let's see. Winning lottery means Sean gets a staff. Oh, yeah. See, greater good. That's why he's the greater good. 6193, he's out on the negative zone there. Oh, O's the last guy. He's going to win the lottery, and he's going to go and, look at me, bro. Look at my work ethic. Do you think that I would actually, I'm the sicko that would be rich and then still do the show, because I do this because I love it. It's what I love to do every single day. I love to talk sports. I love to cover sports. I love to cover the games and, talk about them and the building of teams and all this kind of stuff. I enjoy it. I enjoy connecting with people, so it's something that I would continue to do. That's for damn sure. And yeah, Sean will get some help. that he needs. All that drought in California, yet they allow Nestle to keep extracting the groundwater to bottle and sell. They're hypocrites out in California. They're just a disaster in California, bro. An absolute disaster. If O hits the lottery, he can hire a really hot co-host. No offense, Sean. Hey, we maybe brighten up the show with a lovely lady on the show. Nothing wrong with that. Wish they would do Red Rocks again. They're too big for Red Rocks. Can you imagine how much they would charge? Well, actually, U2 won't allow the tickets to go crazy either. That's the good thing about U2 concerts and Pearl Jam concerts. You really don't end up paying some of the ridiculous prices you see in other concerts. They kind of control it in a way. They don't allow it to get too out of control. Those kind of their concerts. The MSG Sphere in Las Vegas, Big O, not New York. Oh, okay. Didn't he say New York? Did you hear U2's going to do a month-long residency of the new MSG Sphere? Oh, in Vegas. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. All right. So in Vegas. All right. So I'll be in Vegas for a month. Wow. Chad says, yes, win the lotto, hire your favorite intern. I like the sound of expanding the team with that money. Yes, exactly. Come back, Chad. Let's do it. And yet Newsom wants to run for oh God. I hope the Democrats or the Republicans can come up with just one good candidate, bro. I'm not a party zombie, so I'll vote for either side. I don't care. I just want to vote for I vote every 4 years for like the lesser of two evils. I've never really voted for somebody, oh my God, or, it's like, well, maybe at the beginning I might have thought it, and then after it's all the same crap. Maybe instead of interviewing players during training camp, maybe Big O can interview the Finns cheerleaders. Rosendo. Rosendo. I like your thinking. Anyway, 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayon text line, that's 855-912-1056. Don't forget, Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines is in the middle of their 14th anniversary, man. 14 years strong. 12 years in a row now as the number one volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. The 2023 Integra is in. So, yes, the 2023s are starting to roll in, and the Integra is, my Lord, it is a beautiful vehicle. Go check it out at 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 and Pines. And tell them that Big O sent you, man. They've got a great selection there of new and certified pre-owned. Plus, if you own an Acura, get it serviced there, man. Mike Chan, Jordan Ferber, they do a phenomenal job there at Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. There you go. Thank you, sir. Thank you all out there, as always, for keeping it locked here on the program. We got Manny Navarro joining us at 10:30. By the way, yesterday, Matthew Kachuk had his press conference. And let's go over some of his sound bites. And if you can, Sean, let's get ready and bring them up there in that order that we've got them in so we can go through them. And so he was addressing the media yesterday. And look, I told you guys from the get-go, when I'm looking at the Panthers, you can't be led by two Robins. And as great as Barkov is as a talent, he is a different kind of leader. You can lead in many different ways. He's a leader by example, by his play, by his commitment. He's a professional. I mean, the guy is a rock, right? So he is a great example of what it takes to be a professional and be a successful hockey player. And he's a guy that guys can look at and admire. But he's not the guy, because he's kind of like a goober. He's not a guy that's going to go rattle cages, get in people's faces, jack them up, do things that will inspire others. That's not who he is. You know what I mean? It's not that he's just going to inspire you by his play, the way he's committed and all that. But there's not going to be any kind of emotions out on the ice after scoring or something or getting crazy. And you need a guy that's going to rattle cages. You need a guy that is going to talk a little bit, that is going to carry himself with some swagger. And if you watch the play, there's tons of swag in that play. And then if you listen to the man, there's a ton of swag oozing out of that guy. And Marino had swag oozing out. And he talked that bravado. Like he told you, you're not going to stop him. And he made sure he told other people they're not going to stop us. And he made sure that he had to call people out if he had to call them out. You watch Tyler Van Dyke? You see his moxie? Right from when he took over. The first week he took over, he was already running his mouth. Some of us were like, whoa, kid, slow down a little bit. You just got there. You just took over. But that's not who he is. Because he talked the talk and then he walked the walk. So you can talk all you want, but you got to walk it. Marino can walk it. Tyler Van Dyke can walk it. Matthew Kachuk can walk it. And Huberdeau and Barkov weren't the walk and talking types. They only walk it, they can't talk it. So you can't have those kind of personalities at the top of your team. You kind of need a guy that has a little bit more fire. You know, an Ovechkin who brings that fire. You know what I'm saying? You watch a Stamkos and Forsberg, they bring that fire. You know, that's look around and you'll have guys that bring that fire on any team in any sport, pretty much. You need it. You got to have that guy. Cristiano Ronaldo brings all that swag. Yeah, and he also brings all the women too. But he brings all the swag. He can talk it. He can walk it. And I'm sure he bangs it all. Well, he's got a wife and all that, so whatever. But you know what I'm saying. That's swag. You need that. And when I'm watching Matthew Kachuk, I'm watching exactly the ingredient that they needed. And Bill Zito knew it. Because you can tell by his reaction. I took the time to watch that press conference yesterday after I got off the air, because obviously all that stuff was going on while we were on the air. So first of all, he opens up with why the Florida Panthers. Let's hear from Matthew Kachuk.
Honest, when I made my little list of team, yes, they were on the top of the list. But when I made the list, first and foremost, it was winning. It was not just winning now, but it was winning in the future. If I keep hearing about the past, I'm lose my mind, because I think that this team, I know some of the players are unhappy with the way things have gone the last few years too, and I wasn't a part of it, but I don't want to keep hearing that. I want to worry about the future here. And like we were just talking about, the team, all the guys are from my age to 28, 29, or the majority of it, sorry. So that was first and foremost a very attractive part for me, is the win now mode and the win in the future. Number two was lifestyle. I know I'm 24 and I had 6 unbelievable years in Calgary, and it was the best place for me to be at that time. But looking ahead, I signed for 8 years, but in my mind, I'm here for 8 plus. So however many that'll be, I want to be here for the rest of my career. And number three, I think they have, and a bunch of elite players that I can play with and be surrounded by. I know that they have a top 3 player in the NHL, and that's a fact. Unbelievable talent, and a lot of guys that have just continued to get better, like we just talked about, with lots of young guys, but a lot of experienced guys as well.
There you go. So obviously he loved the combination and playing with Barkov. That's why, listen, here's where I was wrong. With Jimmy Butler, I didn't think, I thought like everybody else that, hey, there's a lot of issues, dude. Can't get along in Minnesota and Chicago. And then even in Philadelphia, they decided to give it to Tobias, the money, not him. And okay, so now is he coming to Miami just because he wants to be the man and score a bunch of points and all that? No, he came here, to be the man, but be the man in a true leader-like way. And in a way that it looked nothing like where he was in any of those other stops. And now you look at Jimmy, and if you're another star that wants to play in Miami, you're dying to play with that guy because he's as selfless as it gets. So is Barkov. And Kachuk is also selfless in his own right because he had way more assists than he had goals, right? He had in the 60s in the goals and the 40s in the goals, right? So we're talking about a guy that's also selfless, but think about it. Now he knows he's playing with another star that is a very willing passer. Kachuk's going to love playing with a guy like Barkov. This is going to be a lot of fun. All right, now, he mentioned something about the past and how he's tired of people talking about the past. Well, guess why? Because he has a past too. So while the Panthers really haven't won, and I know this year they had a great season and they finally got to the second round, but we're talking about, being a winning franchise on a consistent basis, right? Well, guess what? Matthew Kachuk has some of those same feelings. Let's hear about it.
Well, I think that, I personally haven't been on many teams that have had any teams that we haven't had playoff success. So I think that I have that bitter taste in my mouth, just like the teams had the past few years. So I think that's like a really good thing it's a part of the fit too. Like I want to win and I have that hunger to win, and I know everybody else in there does. No, I think it takes, first and foremost, you have to have a great regular season. Half the teams get eliminated. So you have to take care of that. I know maybe the mindset can be, we got to change the notion in playoffs. Well, we got to get there. And it's not easy. So we got to get there. And hopefully once we get there, you just take each series as it comes. You can't look ahead. You take care of your team. You take care of the team you're playing against. You play hard. You play in their face. You have great goaltending. We have all the tools here. We have all the players. Got a great coach. Unbelievable owner from what I've heard. He treats everybody unreal and spend the cap. I mean, there's no excuse why this can't work. So, and just want to, I want to be here. Like this wasn't me just getting traded and me having no say. Like I chose this. I really want this to work, and I'm just excited for the possibility of winning here on South Florida.
Legacy. Remember the word I used during the playoffs? And I said, this is about legacy. The legacy of Barkov, Ekblad, and Huberdeau suck. They've accomplished jack shit. Yeah, I get it. Barkov's top 5, top 10 player in the league. Whatever. I get it. Huberdeau was awesome. Ekblad's a hell of a player. What have you accomplished? Nothing. Your legacy, when it comes to winning, nothing. And there's a man that is painfully wanting a legacy. And so he's going to lead this team. This is what you need at the top. You need a son of a bitch. And when it comes to playing with swagger, Matthew Kachuk has it all. Let's hear.
I mean, I think it's just kind of how I live my life too, off ice and on ice. I just have like a confidence that's a good confidence. That's not a cockiness. I think it'll help this team. I think that some of these teams in this conference that in our division that have had success have that. The team in the other end of the state has that. A bunch of teams that have been there have had that. So it's not up to me to provide that, or it is up to me to provide that. I'm not going to bring it all. So I need to help with that. I think that's one of the reasons why it's a perfect fit. There's a lot of, like, I look at a guy like Sasha. He looks like from the outside as one of the best captains in the league. He leads by example, but he has that quietness to him. You can tell that quiet confidence, and I think that I'm kind of like the perfect guy to have with him, where I'm almost like the other way. I'm not quiet, so I think I can help him, and it'll be beneficial for both of us to have each other.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. And the whole swagger thing is so funny because that always reminds me of John Gruden. That's exactly what I think of when the word swagger comes up, I always think of John Gruden talking about playing swagger, right? I mean, that to me is the classic.
Let's go out there and play with swagger.
That's right. What is playing with swagger? Come on, tell me.
How about smashing somebody's ass?
Yeah, exactly.
Some of the players on offense have talked about they almost had a swagger, or did have a swagger after the first 3 games. They want to get that swagger back. Does it take much? Just maybe one?
I keep hearing that. Let's get our swagger back. Let's go out there and play with swagger. How about smashing somebody's ass? Okay, putting it on tape. That's what swagger is. You know what I mean? That's a bunch of bullshit where you just talk about swagger. You know what I mean? Swagger is execution and coming off the ball and making yards and doing the things that really good football players and teams do, in my opinion. And I don't.
So that's what always reminds me when I think about swagger. I think about John Gruden and swagger. All right, so here's Kachuk on. I love this soundbite. Kachuk talking about the pressure of replacing Huberdeau.
I don't feel it. I'm a different type of player. I know that another guy that was traded in that was Uyghur, who's an unbelievable player as well. I bring different things than what those guys bring. I think the way I play. Not really wanting to talk about the way I play anymore. I've answered that enough, but I don't feel pressure. I'm here to win. Personal stuff, throw it out the door. I don't care. I'm here to be the last team standing. That's it. So if I am, I'm happy. I don't care about the personal stuff. I'm not comparing myself to anybody.
I love it. And he shouldn't feel pressure. He's a completely different player than Hubie. And we got Manny Navarro coming up. And this is why I also, when I brought up the swagger that this guy carries, this guy coming up, well, Manny Navarro's got plenty of swagger. We know that. But he covers a guy with a lot of swagger in Tyler Van Dyke. And Tyler Van Dyke, from the moment he became the guy, he started talking. And we were like, whoa. But he walks the talk. This guy walks the talk. You got to have that in your locker room. The Panthers didn't have that in their locker room. Matthew Kachuk brings that to the locker room. And he knows who to hate. He's been trained already. Minutes into South Florida, he has learned who to hate. Matthew Kachuk, who do you hate?
I hate Edmonton, but I hate Tampa more now. So I'm excited for those games. They're the team to beat right now. They've had the most success. Seems like, for us, we're going to have to go through them at some point. So I'm really excited for that challenge. Playing them not as much as I'm going to play them now. They're a very good team. They play hard, and they're a little bit built different now than they were, let's call it, a few years ago. So they're still the team to beat, and I'm sure we're going to have our hands full with them. They've had the most success, and they know what it takes to win, and we're going to learn that.
There you go. All right. Matthew Kachuk. I love everything about this guy. So here's the question I have for all of you fans out there, all of you on the chat board, those of you that are going to download the show later on today, tonight, tomorrow, next week, whenever you listen to the show. I always trip out on most downloaded shows daily, and then there's like a show from like a week and a half ago, and it's number 7 or 10 on the download. You're like, it's like people are catching up. Anyway, so who's the athlete with the most swag in South Florida now? Because we got Tyler Van Dyke, right? We got Matthew Kachuk. We got Tyreek Hill, right? We've got Jazz Chisholm. I mean, we got some swag in the house. Hell, Mario Cristobal's got swag. But out of the players, who possesses the most swag in South Florida? Manny Navarro, who possesses more swag than anybody in the media, is next.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
All right. Jimmy Butler, Tyreek Hill, Tyler Van Dyke, Matthew Kachuk, Jazz Chisholm. That is your list of swag. Who leads it, Manny?
Wow, that's a good one. I would say Jimmy Butler is probably number one. As you see, I'm wearing the Heat cap. I think Jimmy he's all about winning.
He's actually the most proven local swag.
Right.
Local, remember, that's preface what you've accomplished here. We know Tyreek Hill is a Super Bowl champion, so we know he's accomplished more than all of them combined. So I get that, but he just got here, and Jimmy Butler's been here 3 years and been to the finals in the Eastern Conference Finals. So you are correct, sir. But I gotta say, Tyler Van Dyke brings that swag.
Yeah, I would say he's up there. I mean, in terms of the quarterback position at Miami and who they've had recently there, I think there's a lot of confidence in Tyler, and I think it does bleed into the other guys in the room. I do think Derek King was also a very confident guy in his ability. So the last two quarterbacks, very
professional and very confident, and one of the great leaders we've ever seen at that position. For such a short time being here, because unfortunately in today's football we don't get the Steve Walshes anymore for 3 and 4 years, and the Vinny Testaverdes and the Jim Kellys and all that. They're going to hang out for a few years. It just doesn't happen anymore.
No, and again, if this thing gets off on the right foot, Mario get the bulk of the credit, right? If Miami makes the college football playoff and wins an ACC title and all that when all those things happen. But I will look back to Rhett Lashley and that hiring that was made, that he changed the quarterback room in immense ways in terms of bringing in talent and developing that level of confidence in that room. He didn't start off right away, right? Tyler looked a little shaky those first two starts, at least in the first half. But by game three,
but remember, he talked it right from the get-go, and we were like, yo, kid, pump the brake. I remember, at least I can speak for myself. I was like, yo, kid, pump the brakes a little bit. Don't start talking yet, man. You know what I mean? And yet he was like, no, dude, I'm gonna back up what I talk, and he exactly did that, bro.
He did. And, it was right before the NC State game where he was like, I'm not afraid of him. It was kind of like.
Exactly.
And then he went out and beat him. So, that's an interesting storyline to remember if Miami somehow ends up playing NC State in the ACC championship game, because, he went out there, he kind of talked a little trash, and that was the sort of launch point of his career.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. That's why watching Kachuk, and I don't know how much you follow, but you're a guy that follows all sports.
Right.
You understand how, to me, that was my complaint about the Panthers, that the two guys at the top were supremely talented, but there wasn't a son of a bitch between the two.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah.
And I kind of think you need that. And watching, I mean, you know the player already, and you see the highlights and all that, but then watching him talk, this is exactly what that locker room needed. Mm-hmm. And he is Tyler Van Dyke walking into that locker room right now.
Or Jimmy Butler, right? When Jimmy came in, and he came into the Heat and did sort of the same thing, where he brought everybody up, to a different level. So I think, yes, I agree with you. I think it's a great comparison on your part to sort of marry this topic to the new hockey player in town.
Yeah, no, it's I think it's interesting. I think it's important, man. Marino had that swag, and he was I could throw it through a hurricane. That's Marino. You know what I mean?
Right.
And there's something about that. And listen, I could go back to the '97 Marlins. And that lineup, you're going to tell Devon White he can't do something. You're going to tell Darren Dalton he can't do something. You're going to tell it was loaded with guys, Kevin Brown, everything. They were loaded with guys with swag. They were loaded with a whole, but Moises Alou, that son of a bitch, which I hated him, by the way, because he used to make us wait 45 minutes to an hour after the game, after we talked to the manager, and the son of a bitch was walking around with the Presidente in his hand, talking to everybody, getting iced, and we're all standing there waiting for his soundbite. I'm sure you had to do it once or twice in those scrums, because he always had a big hit. Like, you couldn't, like, he was one of the most clutch players I've ever been around in my entire life was Moises Alou. And my God, what a pain in the ass he was to cover. But that team was loaded with guys like that. And that's why that team was so good. And that's when those elite teams, and you have a Jerome Brown, and he's next to, another stud and another stud and another stud. And you're like, what the hell is this? And that's when your team gets to that next level. That it's not you're searching for one leader. No. You've got them in every positional group almost. You've got one of those kind of guys. And I think Cristobal, who, by the way, is the head coach, now that Riley's up in the top, he's the head coach with the most swag in that. He does lead in swag, right, on the head coach part.
Yeah, there's no question. No
right?
question.
I mean, it's not even close, right?
No.
I mean, I love Spo, but he doesn't
Spo
carry
is
the
not
swag. No,
Spo is a quiet assassin type. He's not going to talk a whole lot.
He's the cerebral. He's the guy that outthinks you. He's the guy that tells players, "Look, you do this and this," and then the player goes, "Wow, holy shit, coach, you're smart." I think that's what the McDaniel effect is going to be. I'm kind of looking,
a Spo. You look at him as a Spo,
a cerebral type. He's going to communicate with them and connect with them at other levels, personal level, things like that. It's not the raw, intense. Let me inspire you type of thing that Riley does. You know what I mean? It's a different type of thing, and I think that's what's going to happen. But definitely the guy you have, and I think that's what Mario is looking for. He's looking for the Ray Lewis to put in his group of linebackers, and he's looking to put you name it, a Russell Wilson, a Russell Maryland, a Jerome Brown, what's it called? The guy was in Arizona forever. What's his name? Damn it. The big defensive lineman. What's his name? Campbell. I think he's looking for all those kind of guys in the different positions.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what he's got to find now. How many of those guys do you think outside of Tyler exist in that locker room right now?
I would say there's probably 3 or 4 other guys that I would look at and say they have that, alpha male ingredient. They're all just young guys, though. They're all guys that just got here within the last year or two. I think Leonard Taylor, the defensive tackle, the 5-star kid out of Miami, Palmetto, he's got that swagger about him, that confidence when he goes out there and dominates. I think it's infectious. I think James Williams.
Is there a Michael Irving out there? Is there
I don't know.
A little Santana Moss, because Santana was a little fiery guy too at the same time. Well, he wasn't Michael Irving, but he still was fiery in his own way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think I'm thinking about the receiver position now, and who really stands out as that confident, guy who's gonna.
It's a young group.
Flip his hand when they get the first down and stare at the defense. I don't know that guy's on the roster right now at that position. I think tight end Elijah Arroyo, I think eventually could be one of those, big time, leaders on your offense because he's a great player and he's very confident in his abilities. I would say James Williams is the other one, the safety. I think
Oh, he is, huh? Because he's a super talent. I mean, God
he's a
bless that
super
guy.
talent. I think Cam
Oh,
Kitchens,
oh.
I look at him, I see Ed Reed type of ability, where Ed didn't necessarily talk a whole lot when he was a young player, but by the end of his career, when he was that veteran leader. So it just depends on how they develop here the next couple of years. I do see those guys on the defensive side more so than I do on the offensive side right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, because that's really the key. Because when you look at those Canes teams that were successful, of course they were talented. Of course they had great leadership and they were great at recruiting and all that. But those guys had that swag, had that attitude that they already won the game before it actually started. And they all talk about that shit all the time. That, hey man, we walked in and we knew we had them beat already right from the get-go. And that's the kind, and listen, that's what Alabama does, and that's what Ohio State does, and that's what Georgia does. And they're supremely confident when they walk on there. And I think that's the good thing about Mario. Mario's a guy that is going to know how to instill that kind of confidence in these young people.
Yeah, and I think he connects with a lot of them in that regard, where they respect what he did as a player, and I think that brings out a different level of respect and understanding, right, from a kid who can look at him and say, well, this isn't a guy who just coached. This is a guy who bled and won 2 national championships here as a player. So I think that feeds into the confidence they have in him and trusting him and knowing that this guy knows what he's talking about. It's not just words.
Manny, I don't go crazy on the recruiting rankings, and even more now, I got to be even more careful with it, because you get them to commit doesn't mean that they are committed by a year later. And then a year after that, after they've already committed, you don't even know if they're going to stick around, because if things don't go their way, they're off and running. And hell, now they're talking about unionizing and everything. I mean, this is just crazy already. So it's hard for me to get excited, but I will say, there's this 4-star and that 5-star, and it's coming every week. Where are the rankings now? What's left? Because it looks like they continue to climb those rankings. And my Lord, if they winning to me is going to be like the nail in the coffin on those rankings, because you win, they might get even better. You lose, then they say, oh, it was just hype, we can't believe it. And so then you start to lose people. So it's a really interesting thing. But where are they at right now, and where are they going?
Well, I think they're still in a very strong position. I know it's been 2 weeks since Mario landed a commitment, so everybody's thirsty, right? Everybody's dying. Where's the next one coming?
Hey, slacking. Let's go.
Yeah, he's slacking, right? But look, 14 commitments right now, and I think they slipped out of the top 10 just because other teams are recruiting and adding players. So they're down to number 11 now. Woof, they're not in the top 10 anymore. Freak out. They're number 11. Mario said there's going to be a second wave. There is going to be a second wave. There's going to be a few more commitments this week, in my mind, if these kids decide to pull the trigger this week and not hold off again. They're in it for Jaden Bonsu and Malik Bryant. Those are 2 4-star safety and linebackers that everybody thinks is going to still end up picking Miami and signing with Miami. They have Tommy Kinsler, an offensive lineman who was committed to Florida previously, who may commit on Thursday to Miami. That's all what's scheduled right now. And then they have the Samson Okunlola kid, the 5-star offensive tackle, who has yet to commit to them, but all signs indicate he's going to be a Miami kid. Those 4 kids, to me, are the kids that you could see commitments from here before the season. After that, once we get into the season, right, which is what's going to happen here, camp is starting Friday, August 5th for Miami. High school camps are going to be opening up. I think we're going to see a little bit of lull. You don't see many commitments during the season because kids aren't taking trips. They're not visiting. Miami's going to have a barbecue they're hosting here July 30th, where they're going to get some more kids on campus. But it's sort of like, okay, you have a handful of kids left who could commit. And then we get into the season, and we probably wait until November or December for action to really take place again, because that's when those football seasons end and the kids start taking trips, right? Their final official visits, etc. So I think there is a second wave coming, as Mario said. we'll see what happens this week, but there's nothing to panic about at all. And anybody panicking about Mario not getting a couple of kids this past weekend, the Olaus Lennon kid, who we talked about for a long time here on this show. Oh, every time I come on, I've mentioned his name. He picked Alabama. Just one of those situations where he's looking at the board and he sees Miami potentially has 2 5-star offensive tackles. He's a 4-star offensive tackle.
Right.
He picks Alabama because they need an offensive tackle. I mean, when you're having discussions, right? Like, look at the conversation we're having now. Miami's in it for 2 5-star offensive tackles, and there's and essentially a 4-star offensive tackles picking Alabama instead of them. So,
Right.
I mean, you've elevated the conversation from, can Miami even get an offensive tackle to you're
Yeah. We're not taking him away from Tulane and Air Force anymore.
right. So to me, that's where Mario has elevated the program without even coaching a game. Again, without even coaching a
Win,
single
buddy.
game.
I'm gonna go Tyler Shire on you. Win,
Yes.
Rocky, win, Mario, win, and that's it. This recruiting stuff is nice and all that, but it only will sustain itself, and it will only get better when you hit the field this year and you win.
Yes.
You beat the teams that maybe sometimes you're not supposed to beat, and you win all the games you're supposed to, and go to a good bowl game and win that bowl game, and then send that message that, yeah, it's back. Come on, join us. That's when all of it. He's already done a magnificent job of getting these kids to commit. That doesn't mean they're coming. Understand that. I keep trying to explain that to people, and so do you, that there's this long process before you really even see that kid. Don't get excited until you actually see him on the field playing for the team and playing well. Then you can get excited really about it. But the most important thing is Mario's got to win this year. He's got to win. He's got to send the message that it's not the same Canes. And I'll tell you what, if you don't win the division, that sends a terrible message right from the get-go. You've got to win the division. You've got to put yourself. I don't think anybody's asking him to win the conference. Even though he might have a shot to win the conference, no one's really asking him to win the conference. But, dude, you better win that division.
Well,
Right?
it's all about momentum, and
Yeah.
this is a year-round thing now, right? It's a long, slow dance before she tells you whether or not she's going home with you, right? I mean, that's the way this thing works, and I think it's fascinating to cover because people are so invested in it. Oh, so many people care about recruiting and they pay attention, and they're this 5-star and that 4-star, and they care about it. But the honest to God truth, doing this as long as I have, I mean, it's kind of just a circus to me. And I basically tell my listeners on my podcast, I just recorded a new podcast today with Andrew Farrelly from South Florida Express. We just did a whole recruiting podcast. I tell them over and over again, wake me up in late November when things matter, right before December, and these final trips take place and coaching changes, because to me, the coaching changes always affect this more than anything else, because when coaches leave, kids look at the situations. Do I still want to go there? Do I still want to go to this school, or am I simply picking them because I can trust the coach? And so, yes, we're talking about it at the end of July. We're talking about it in June. We're following along in March and spring and all these camps and all these things that happen. But the reality is, wake me up in late November. That's when I'll pay attention to when this really counts.
Right, exactly. Tell the folks when camp starts.
August 5th, Friday, August 5th. That's the date that a lot of the beat reporters, I guess Mario had shared that with them when he was out there in Charlotte. I, of course, was on vacation last week, enjoying my my last week of vacation before the constant grind. But August 5th, yes, with no life, right? So, and I'm already back working today, so I'm busting my hump already, writing stories, podcasts, all that kind of stuff. But yes, so. Yes, August 5th, and that's a Friday, and then the season September 3rd, right? So that's when it gets underway at home, a couple of home games, and that trip to Texas A&M. So I think we're gonna get rolling. There's gonna be a ton of content. We're gonna be talking football.
Anything change for you guys? Do you guys get to watch practice, or it's still
just? I don't think we're gonna get to watch much. I think we'll probably get 10 minutes of stretching. 15 minutes, typical type stuff. Mario comes from the Nick Saban school of thought, which is don't show them anything.
Paranoia, big destroyer.
Right.
All right. By the way, fans, when will they get a look-see look at the team without it being a game? Do they get any kind of scrimmage from now till the season?
we used to always have Canes Fest, right? Where the fans could come and get one day where they can sign autographs. I have yet to hear of any plans for that. And that's kind of been scrapped because of COVID, right? For a while.
Oh yeah. That's
so
right.
I don't know if that
now
will,
let's throw in also monkeypox too.
monkeypox and whatever else, right? Mario's going to try to keep his players far away from everybody as possible. So I do think, I got to ask, but I do think something will happen. There'll be some sort of opportunity, but I don't know to what capacity. If it's just watching, maybe there's no autographs, who knows? But I got to ask and figure out what's going to happen there.
All right. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. And of course, more importantly, subscribe there to The Athletic and support him and catch him twice a week doing his thing here. Our Canes Wear Miami Hurricanes report. Manny, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
Anytime. We'll talk to you soon.
You got it. There you go. Manny Navarro and our Canes Wear Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All right. There we are. Don't forget, of course, our show is proudly brought to you by myedgedrink.com, the best energy drink on the planet, Edge Energy Drink. You can't find it in stores. You got to order it online. It comes right to your home. We're going to give you 10% off your order. It's only 78 calories. It's delicious. It's smooth. It's got zero aftertaste. myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. Go to the website, use our code Big O, and get 10% off and get it delivered to your home. Support the great people that support our show and make this thing go every single day. Plus, it is just an absolutely awesome energy drink, and I can't stand energy drinks. Seriously, they've got an aftertaste. This one, zero. And it tastes great, and a great elixir also. So if you want to mix it up with a little vodka, a little rum, I like mixing it up with my Grey Goose, and it tastes so phenomenal. So go to myedgedrink.com and use our code Big O and get it delivered wherever you're at. 10% off. Use the code Big O. All right. What else do we have here? What's your take on the black alternate helmets and the orange ones from Chicago? From Chicago? Huh? Is that some other conversation or something? I don't know what that is. I don't like the black helmets for the U. I'll tell you that. Not a fan of those. I like our traditional ones. Those are the ones I like to stick with. Remember, you can get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. Let's see. What else do we have here? God, this thing got a little messed up. Somebody sent me a text. He hasn't been able to show it yet due to circumstances, but I know Tua is one of the most baddest, swaggiest players in town in the league. He will, though. The fact that he played through a recovering hip, broken ribs, and broken finger is an example that you can play through those types of injuries and prove to have a hunger to compete and win. I understand what you're saying, but it's more of a quiet swagger for him because he's not really going to display it all the time on the field and things like that. Might be more of in the background. And remember what he calls himself, a silent assassin? That's kind of what it is. So I get what you're saying, but, Tyreek is swag. By the way, John Yang, you keep sending me pictures. I can't open those pictures. Now that you put John Yang, now I know it's you since I see you on the chat board and you sent me the text. All those pictures, I can never open them. So I'm glad you finally put your name on there. Now I can tell you, man, that I never can open those pictures on this text thing. It doesn't allow it for me. Tyreek Hill signing for Miami broke my heart. I'm sorry, my brother. I know you must be a Kansas City fan. I guess the whole thing, they had this, and plus they have to pay Orlando. So they're thinking, yeah, we got to decide. And that's the problem. Once you pay your quarterback, you're going to have to make tough decisions after that. That's why it's really important that Miami has success in the next 2 years here under Tua, because then eventually you're going to have to pay Tua, especially if he plays one the next 2 years, which I expect him to. Then that limits you. And then you can only keep certain free agents. You're going to have to let some go, and you're going to have to keep hitting on the draft and developing the guys behind them. That's probably what it's all about. Marlins last night got routed by the Reds 11-2. Trevor, I can't trust you, Rogers. Well, he's 4-10, 3 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 6 earned runs, 5 Ks. Another rough night for Trevor Rogers. A polar opposite of last year, man. I was a big Trevor Rogers fan last year. This year, poor kid, man. He has really, really struggled. Hopefully, Pablo will get him back on track tonight. Pablo is 6-5 with a 3.14 ERA on the mound. Let's go with our liquor split matchup of the night.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
Baby, this is the matchup. It's 6:40 tonight, Marlins and Reds. I was crazy, gave the Marlins a break last night. And tonight, well, they got Pablo Lopez on the mound, who's 6-5 with a 3.14 ERA. Now, Hunter Green is on the mound for the Reds, and he stinks it out. He's 3-11 with a nearly 6 ERA. He's 5.78. Marlins are favored by a 1.5. They're minus 115 on the money line. The over and under is 8.5 runs, and it's minus 105. Just because Pablo is pitching, I don't know about the over and under. That one's kind of tough. But here's my problem again, and I thought maybe the offense woke up, but it's just an inconsistent offense thing that can't be trusted. So I'm going to go Reds plus 1.5 on this one. I just can't trust the Marlins offense. And, the second I give it a break, which I shouldn't have yesterday, and what are we now? I think we're 14-8 now in our last 22. So that loss yesterday hurt, man. So we got to pick it up here and get back on the winning track. We're going to go Reds plus 1.5. Pablo may keep it limited, but their offense will not hold them up, unfortunately, and Pablo cannot pitch the whole game probably. And you got to at one point go to that bullpen. So I'm going to go Reds plus 1.5 because, again, if the Marlins, then maybe they win, they eke it out. Give me Reds plus 1.5 in our liquor split matchup of the night.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download the Tap That app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
You can tap that app with Liquor Split. Download the app. It's Miami's own liquor store, folks. Yes, you happen to be in Westchester or in Miami Beach or in Flagami or in West Flagler or in Cocoa Plum or in West Little River or Doral, Edgewater, El Portal, Morningside, Little Haiti. Download the app, iOS or Android. A simple fee of $2.99, flat fee, no extra charges. And you'll get your favorite liquor and snacks delivered to you, even some smokes. Check it out. Go to liquorsplit.com or just go to your iOS or Android app store, download the app, and start, man. Don't drink and drive. Keep the party going. Keep the meeting going. Don't disrupt it. Just grab that app, download it, and that's it. And within minutes, you'll have it delivered, and $1 of that $2.99 goes to helping homelessness in Miami. And your first order, Big O 15, you will get 15% off on your first order. Big O 15, you will get 15% off. Liquor Split, download it, baby. Liquorsplit.com. All right. Hour number 2 is next, right here on the Big O Radio Show.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane, Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Numero dos of the program. Thank you all for chiming in and joining us as always. Big O, do you have any Marlins stuff in your background there? You can tell John Yang is like, he's active, but he's new to the show. Hasn't really looked in the background. Let's open it up for him there. Thank you, Sean. As always, you're ahead of the curve. We can ring our Marlins bell. We got our Marlins Co-9 Jack in the Box. There you go. Co-9. And I don't know if you can see it. Oh, yeah, you see it right there. That's Jose. That's a Jose Fernandez. The little statue is in there, but I didn't take it out. It's there in the box for Jose Fernandez, but he is there. Yeah, there's something of everybody back here, of all the local teams. Panthers, Marlins, Inter, Canes, Dolphins, the Miami Soul. Who the hell has Miami Soul, dude? Of course, I'm smart. I put a Bitcoin in the middle for the basketball instead. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Music is my vaccine. Yeah. So, yeah, it's we have everybody. I don't leave anybody out. Those are all my teams. How am I going to leave my Marlins out? You know, just because they don't meet me halfway and give me love by, winning, like we need some entertainment here. But, it is what it is. So, while you're all on the chat board, so those of you in the chat board, those of you downloading the show, day, nights, whatever, weekends, who's the player? Send me an email, bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. The text line, the Welt and Rayon text line, 855-912-1056. Bankruptcy, personal injury, criminal defense, property damage. Call Welt and Rayon, by the way. Anyway, who's the player with the most swag in town? Jimmy Butler, Tyreek Hill, Tyler Van Dyke, Matthew Kachuk, or Jazz Chisholm? Who's the player with the most swag in town? That's the question. All right, the Kyler Murray story. That shit is hilarious. I got to tell you, I am laughing my ass off on the whole Kyler Murray mess over there with the Arizona Cardinals. And for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, this is an absolute embarrassment that something like this is actually put out there. It's an embarrassment that the player needs to be called out about this. Kyler Murray apparently is a lazy dude because he's already talked about in the past how he's not necessarily a guy that watches a ton of film. So in the contract, they put that Tyler Murray it's required that he studies 4 hours a day, every day during the regular season to keep up with his requirements. Okay? Independent study addendum between the Arizona Cardinals and Kyler Murray for the contract year of 2022 through 2027 and club option for 2028. The independent study addendum is attached to and forms as part of the NFL player contract between Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals. The addendum modifies the contract only to the extent specifically set forth hereon. In all aspects or in all respects, the contract, including any other addendums, therefore, remains unchanged and in full force and effect. Terms defined in the contract shall have the meaning given them in the contract when used in this addendum. Player agrees to satisfy the following off-field requirements. Player shall complete at least 4 hours of independent study, or as defined below, each week, including or excluding any bye weeks, during each playing session as defined below during the terms of the contract. Playing season means the period beginning on the first Monday after the conclusion of training camp as defined on Article 23, Section 10 of the CBA, and ending on the last game of the club's schedule, including any postseason games during each league year. Independent study means player studies the material provided to him by the club in order to prepare for the club's next upcoming game, including, without limitations, any such material provided via an iPad or any other electronic device. Time spent in mandatory meetings shall not constitute independent study. Players shall receive No credit for independent study for any period during which the player does not personally study the provided material in good faith. For the avoidance of doubt, players shall not receive any credit for independent study with respect to any time periods during which any material is displayed or played on an iPad or any other electronic device. If player is not personally studying or watching the material while it's being displayed or played on the player, it is engaged in any other activity that may distract his attention, for example, watching television, playing video games, or browsing the internet while such material is being displayed or played. In the event player breaches this addendum in any respect at any time during the terms of the contract, player shall be deemed to be in default as terms defined in the paragraph 27 of the contract. We are talking about the Bidwells. Very cheap. They will go after the money. Very Raider-like. Very Mike Brown-like with the Bengals. So be careful. I'm not a lawyer, but so apparently this kid's a lazy bastard. Yeah, I'm going to describe him that way. Do you know how embarrassing it is? They got to put that shit in a contract? So we have to put in the contract that you've got to do your job. $230 million isn't enough to motivate you to do your job? Trying to be great isn't enough motivation to try to beating the opponent isn't enough motivation to do your job? Winning isn't enough motivation to do your job? So they've got to track his ass to study? I mean, that's the craziest thing in the world. Players will tell you throughout the history of time, the more you study, the more things you pick up, the more you know about your opponent and tendencies and things that they're going to do, and you can anticipate and all of that. It's called preparation. That's what your job is. I have to put that in your I have to tell you to study? I have to tell you to be the hardest worker? You're the quarterback. You're supposed to know your position, and everybody else is on the offense. You're supposed to know every defensive set that's out there and exactly what the players are doing and what their tendencies are, too. You should learn what the defensive ends' tendencies are and the D tackles. You should learn if safeties, what they like to do, where they like to cheat, or what they bite on, what little things they may give away when they're trying to blitz or whatever. All of these things are part of watching film. There's a reason why Zach Thomas, who is not as gifted as some of his, compadres in the league, right? Because he was not blessed with Derek Brooks' ability. He was not blessed with Junior Seau's ability. He played in the same era, those guys, and that's why he doesn't get the same respect, because he's not built like the traditional linebacker. But that son of a bitch outworked everybody behind the scenes to be better prepared than everybody else. Part of it was watching film. A lot of film. So much film that back then the VHS player had stains of Cheetos marks on it because he was rewinding and playing and rewinding, stopping, playing, rewinding, and it was all orange because he's eating Cheetos while he's watching film, apparently. So Zach Thomas is a guy that outworked everybody else. So, okay, he's not as gifted as Brian Urlacher. We know it. The good Lord blessed certain guys with way more talent and size and speed than Zach, but he was just as good or better than a lot of those guys because of preparation. It's ridiculous. I mean, Drew Brees, not as big, not as strong, not the kind of quarterback but he outplayed most quarterbacks, threw for more yards than most guys, was more successful than most guys because he worked at it. He worked at his craft, at throwing. He worked at getting better at all of that. He worked at understanding what he had to do out there watching film. the fact that you've got to put this in the contract, that's scary, dude. Okay? That's not a good thing. So we've got to put something in there to keep you from being lazy. Because please don't tell me that you're too gifted to study and that you don't need to study. In that league, you better study. You'll never be an elite quarterback if you don't study. I can guarantee you that. And that's what might stop Kyler Murray from crossing that threshold that he hasn't crossed yet. He's done a good job, and he's a passer. He's not like Lamar Jackson or Ryan Tannehill. This kid can actually pass. This kid's got touch. He's got a good feel for the game. You got to do your part, man. That's an I would be embarrassed that they're telling me basically your work ethic sucks and we have to protect ourselves from your work ethic. So we have to put this in here in the contract because you're not professional enough. You cannot be trusted to be on your own. That's sad. That's sad that you have a short career in football, right? The teacher is teaching for 25, 35, 40 years. The policeman is on the street 20, 30 years, 35 years. Most players never help. Most players are out under 4 years. So you don't have a long time. Why don't you just dedicate yourself? You're going to have plenty of time by yourself to never have to study again, Kyler Murray. You'll be in your mid-30s. You'll be retired from football. You'll have all that money, and you'll never have to pick up another iPad. You'll never have to study again. You'll have everything. So all you got to do is for now, up until your mid-30s, all you got to do is, work hard, kid. Oh, pobrecito. Pobrecito. Meanwhile, there's the garbage collector working his ass off for 40 years. Yeah, I have no sympathy for laziness. None whatsoever. Ask Sean. He's been around me. He knows. He's been around me when we've had to deal with lazy people, and I'm not dealing with that. That's unacceptable. Imagine the roar if this was Tua. I know. Let's see. Kyler Murray was in the top 3 in accuracy first half of last season. He was the best QB in the NFL, and Arizona was in first place. Then they lost Hopkins, and the bottom fell out. Well, and Eric, that's where studying comes in. Now you've got to adjust. Okay, now you don't have your top weapon. Okay, you've got to elevate everybody else. It's a lot easier to throw it up and have D-Hop come down with it because he's better than everybody else in the air. His body control is sick. His hands are like vice grips. He's like the super athletic Jimmy Butler wide receiver. That's what he is. He's Jimmy Butler at wide receiver. That's who D-Hop is. Yeah, he makes life easy for every quarterback, but if you study, maybe you will figure out ways to continue to be productive even without your top passer. Remember when Philbin had to tell the defense to stop intercepting Tannehill's passes in practice? Well, it's Philbin was never a Tannehill guy. That's one thing I give Philbin credit for. He did not believe in Tannehill. Don't know if you guys knew that. But, he didn't have control over that. It was the people above him, so he had to play with him. But to his credit, he knew Tannehill wasn't the guy. I'm not here to defend Joe Philbin in any way, shape, or form, but I got to give the man credit, okay? It's like the whole Pat White thing. I don't know if you guys know this, but it was Bill Parcells that wanted Pat White, not Jeff Ireland. Jeff Ireland actually did not want Pat White. Pat White doesn't fit what Jeff Ireland normally does in the draft. But Bill Parcells was convinced by one of his coaches that this is the future and this now. And he was in a way, yeah, there was more of the future of the college quarterback, but not that guy. That's the wrong guy. Yeah, that's not the guy. You just I get what you're saying, and maybe those elements are coming to the game, and he was right. The elements were coming to the game, but not Pat White. You picked the wrong guy. So Parcells got convinced by one of his coaches, and then it was Pat White was Parcells' pick. And again, not doesn't fit his normal way of doing it, but somebody ends up convincing him of it, and look what ends up happening. All right, there he is. He's ready to go. Let's talk a little Miami Dolphins football with Omar Kelly and our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins. I'm sorry, with Cameron Wolf and our KSDT CPA Miami Dolphins report. Cameron Wolf is next.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
All right, Cam, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Out here in this heat in Jacksonville, but I'm good otherwise. I thought I was going to have to put on my dreads. You mentioned Omar Kelly. I thought I was going to have to put on my dreads and
yeah,
my
bad there. I'm thinking it's noon and it's only 11:15 here for the 11:15 hit. By the way, do they pay you extra to send you to Jacksonville? I'm just wondering. Oh, he froze right on the. It's like, all right. So, do they pay you extra to go to Jacksonville now that you're unfrozen?
No. They do not pay me extra.
Do they? They should pay you extra, right? Or
right.
Are you? Do they make you stay overnight on a cruise ship when you're in Jacksonville? what goes on when you visit Jacksonville? Are you staying at the landings? That's where you're at. The landings. That's the hot split, the hot place to go to.
Yeah, I'm staying in Jacksonville Beach. I figure it's a lot better than downtown Jacksonville, which I don't think has anything of anything. At least there's a beach in Jacksonville Beach. So, I'm actually leaving today. So I'm going from practice. I did a hit this morning. I got a hit at 1:30, and then I'm going straight back home. Okay. So no extra night for me. I spent a night last night and Sunday night, but I'm heading home.
Trevor Lawrence obviously must be really happy that Urban Meyer's not around anymore, right? I mean, that's got to be right. That's got to be like the whole thing was lifted off that whole damn franchise when they got rid of that bum, right?
Oh my goodness. You want a money quote? I just literally left Josh Allen, the other Josh Allen, the outside linebacker for the Jags, his presser. And he said, they asked him if there's a big difference between Doug Peterson and Urban Meyer. And he just laughed and said, oh yeah. He said, it's actually a professional locker room now. It's a professional setting. And he talks to us like grown men. I'll just leave it at that. And Doug
Peterson was a player.
Yep.
Okay. That they should respect that. And he's been a Super Bowl winning coach. And I know there's some talk that he might have lost the locker room a little bit in Philadelphia. And maybe he learns his lesson from there or whatever. But obviously he's a much better prepared coach for this level than Urban Meyer ever could be. You know what I mean? So, it's like close.
So I thought it was bad with Urban, like from the outside looking in. But just hearing players talk about how it was last year compared to here, and they're only in training camp, it had to be worse. It had to be worse than whatever we thought it was. So, I don't know how it got so off track with Urban Meyer, but I can't imagine another team hiring him to be a coach, whether it's college, NFL, high school. Like, you hear some of the things as players are saying about how it went there. I think the guy's got to be done.
Well, no, listen, let me this is a disease that's part of our society, my friend. And this is not just an Urban Meyer thing. This is a societal thing. And we start off with the really talented kid in high school, and we allow him to skip class and get away with everything. And we get people to do their tests, and teachers look the other way and give him the grades, and then they entitle him. And then he moves on to college, and then he gets away with the same shit. Well, it's the same thing in the corporate world. You got an abusive boss and he gets away with it, and then he goes to his next stop, and what he's doing, he doesn't feel it was wrong. So he
Right.
was probably pulling it off in Bowling Green and in Utah, but because it's Bowling Green in Utah, nobody gives a shit. Nobody's going to say anything. But then it starts getting to Florida and Ohio State, and then it starts to get magnified and it gets exposed because the media coverage is different there. So you're going to get exposed at that time. And because he's entitled, dude, it's the same thing as Adam Gase. Adam Gase was a horse's ass. But then if you fire him and the Jets hire him right away, the horse's ass thinks, well, what I'm doing the right thing. He's the same thing as the kid that goes from high school to college, getting away with everything that he got away with. Ezekiel Elliott getting away with everything, and you just let him get away with it because of his talent. You let the coach get away with it because he wins. Eventually, it catches up to you. But it's a disease we have in our society that because someone is productive in one part of their lives, for us, we now feel that we have to then cover up all their other defects in order for them to do this job that we desperately need done. And we do this way too much in our society that we're willing to look the other way at the negatives just because we need to get the pot. Look, the NBA, they look the other way of everything that goes on with China, but they still continue their relationship with everything going on. You know what I mean? Why? Because the money is there and you need the money, but you know, whatever the human rights violations that are going on, you don't give a shit and you still take the money. It's a disease we have in our society, period.
Yep. The thing that I notice a lot is you put up with assholes as long as you feel like they are productive for you. You know, same with players. The old scouting saying is that if Hannibal Lecter ran a 4.3, they say he had an eating disorder. You make excuses for bad people if they do it. And the problem with Urban Meyer is that he was a bad coach. And so now, once you're a bad coach, now all the stuff that you were bad at as a human comes out, and it becomes more and more exasperated. I think you're right. I'd imagine he probably was a similar version of the same guy in Florida, the same guy in Utah, the same guy at Bowling Green. The difference is they were winning there. And so they're like, this is just what we have to put up with. No. I think you're right. You don't have to put up with people treating you a certain way. And I'm glad that it got exposed the way it did.
Did you see the I'll give you an example of this in another way, but it's something that most people wouldn't think of, but it's the same thing, entitlement, and it leads you to something. Did you see the story between Bree Tessie and Nick Cannon? They just had a kid. Did you hear about that?
I didn't see that.
So they let me see if I can get the money quote for you on it, because I thought it was freaking awesome. So Nick Cannon, he can't put a lid on it. Yeah. And he's got now 8 kids.
9 kids?
8 kids with 4 different baby mamas. And Bree Tessie is the one that Johnny Manziel was with. Mm-hmm. And she left him, and now she's with Nick, and now she had the kid. Now, you want entitlement? So they asked Bree about the untraditional relationship with Nick Cannon. All right. So she says, let's see. This is our relationship, and what you do outside of that is what you do outside of that. I'm only worried about my family. I'm only worried about my home. All of my needs are met at the end of the day. Everything is respectful. Everything is honest. I.e., yeah, Nick Cannon's going to keep banging and banging and banging. But if you pay me my money for my kid, I'm good and I'm ready. But again, you allow somebody to be what they are, right? They will continue to be what they are. And Nick Cannon, obviously, has got an active cannon. So he wants to keep firing that cannon at other places. And Bree Tessie is comfortable with it. So as long as you allow entitled people to be bad, to be, sexual or whatever you want to call it, or whatever it is, dude, in any walk of life, That's our problem. We look the other way as long as we get what we also need. Crazy.
Great point. Great point. It's like you said, it's part of society. Hopefully, we get better at it at some point
No,
soon.
we won't. No,
But
no.
you know, I try my best in life to not follow that principle. I only allow people in my life that I get along with and that I can tolerate as humans. And like I've cut people off because I just didn't like who they were. And so
Right.
that's how I go about my life. But like you said, society, not so much.
No, we'll do whatever it takes, and it doesn't matter what walk of life it is, and we do that. By the way, the question of the day, and it's inspired by Matthew Kachuk. I doubt you follow much hockey, but if you do, Matthew Kachuk just signed with the Florida Panthers, and he is exactly what they need.
Right.
You know what he is? He's Jimmy Butler. You know what he is? He's Tyreek Hill. You know what he is? He's Tyler Van Dyke. You know what he is? He's Jazz Chisholm. So the question I ask you is, what player in South Florida carries the most swag? Jimmy Butler, Tyreek Hill, Tyler Van Dyke, Matthew Kachuk, or Jazz Chisholm?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know hockey, so I did not. I can't. I'm not gonna pick that guy because I don't know it.
Plus, he just got here, so he really hasn't accomplished much here yet. But he is exactly the element you need on a team, as you know.
Yeah,
I think it's really important to have some of those leaders that can talk the talk, walk the walk, and rattle some cages. That's that dude. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's got to be either Tyreek or Jazz. You know, Tyreek has a different level of swag. Like he may be.
Nope. Wait a minute. No Jimmy Butler? The most accomplished one in South Florida out of the 5?
So I love Jimmy, but Jimmy has a lot of Jimmyism in him. And so we talk about assholes. Jimmy does paint that line between, you know, being a good player, being an asshole. And so I'm fine with a little bit of asshole, but Jimmy paints the line. And so for me, if I'm looking, you're talking about swaggy guys that kind of represent. So
the interesting point. I like that. I love your argument.
That I have a little bit, although Tyreek's going to go off on the mouth, but he's going to be, you know, he's going to be less of an asshole about it. Like he's not an asshole about it. So
he's not an asshole at all. You can tell he's a cool dude. Yeah,
right.
You can tell.
That would probably be my choice. Jazz is probably top 5 among the coolest baseball players.
I don't know. Was that whole meeting about Jazz when they had that team meeting about this, that? I'm like,
he's not wearing the right. He's not wearing the right uniform.
Going, hey, do you idiots know you need more Jazz in the locker room? Not less of you guys, more of Jazz. I mean,
right.
I'm thinking baseball needs more Jazz Chisholm, dude. Please, are you kidding me? Come on. There is no color in baseball, bro. Give me Jazz.
Yeah.
I came from Ozzie Smith and Ricky Henderson. I came from Mike Schmidt shaking his ass at you and then knocking it out of the park. I came with, from Reggie Jackson. I came from baseball with color, bro, with flair. Right. You know what I mean? I want Lima time on the mound. The other day, there was a guy that was like all pumped up, and I was like, he reminded me of Jose Lima. And I was like, yeah, bro, baseball needs more of that, man. We need some. I don't want fake swag. Yes. I don't want you to be the fake guy that can't produce. Right. No. I want you to be Ricky Henderson, bro. Yeah. That you come to the plate and your little tip tap and then whack, and then you run the bases with that little tiptoes and you do it with swag. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's where I came from, dude.
Yep. More Ken Griffey Jr., more Ricky Henderson, more Jazz Chisholm, all that, and less of the Madison Bumgarners who are telling you to run the bases instead of celebrate it.
The idiot from Atlanta. What was the name of the idiot? The idiot catcher from Atlanta that wants he wants to play everything by the rules and boring and get the hell out of here, dude. Did you watch Reggie Jackson and Billy Martin fight in the damn clubhouse, bro? Give me some passion, bro. Come on, let's go.
Yeah,
that's what I want, man. Play the game, Pete Rose style. Don't knock a fool out in the All-Star game now. I don't want you to do that, but play the game hard, bro. Like, your former Reds.
Yeah.
Aren't you a Reds guy?
People wonder why baseball doesn't have the the prestige, the bigness of these other sports, and that's what you're talking about is absolutely it. The personality element. Like, think about it on a national scale. Who's the biggest star in baseball?
Otani now, and you
Okay,
can't even.
Right, it's probably Otani, right? Where would Otani rank like in his popularity if he was in the NFL? Like where's his popularity?
Nowhere.
And that's ridiculous because the dude is one of the most unique athletes you've ever seen. Being able to pitch the way he is and bat and be top 10.
Oh, they've got two of them. They've got two of them.
Right. Yep. Him and Mike Trout play on the same team. And you know what? The Angels are probably the 25th most talked about team in baseball.
Baseball doesn't know how to sell its sport.
Exactly.
You watch football, basketball, and soccer. The players are on social media. You watch commercials. They're all over the place.
Yep.
You know, again, we grew up with chicks dig the long ball.
Yep.
We grew up with things that they were trying to, they were popular in the game. They were doing things. Now they have fallen so behind. They're like a whole bunch of old men.
Exactly. And even like we talk about the steroid era, but I grew up on the Barry Bonds, the Sammy Sosa, Squires. Even if they weren't clean, I knew them. And they got me excited to play baseball. I remember when I first was trying to play baseball, I tried to make my swing like Sammy Sosa, swinging Sammy Sosa. And
well, you weren't taking steroids and using a cork bat, right? So that's where you failed. Oh, and by the way, you also didn't dye your skin.
So
you got to do that too. You know what I mean? Because right now he's looking like Michael Jackson.
Yes, he is. He's taking a complete different turn. But I'll tell you this: if I would have taken steroids, maybe I would have been in baseball. So maybe that was my mistake.
And a cork bat also helps.
Yeah, a cork bat too. Yes.
Cork bat always helps.
Yes.
So you're going with Tyreek Hill or Jazz, but you got to give me one. So which one is it? You.
So I will go Jazz, just because I think that Jazzism represents, because we just talked a lot about baseball, represents what I want to see baseball go towards in the future. And so Tyreek Hill, he's very splashy. He's a guy who talks. He has his flash, but I think there's more Tyreek Hills in football than there are Jazz Chisholms in baseball.
I'm with you there. Tyreek Hill had a couple of choice words. If you can pull it up for us, Sean, let's play those choice words that a lot of Dolphins, I'm sure, Cam, you already saw it on ESPN. And nice job by him on cussing on ESPN. That was also good, dropping an F-bomb there on ESPN. Let's hear Tyreek on Tua. Sean, por favor, please pull up that soundbite for the folks.
You know what I'm saying? Because you had an opportunity to pick between Tua or pick between Zach Wilson, and you decided South Beach instead of New York. What was the determining factor in that? I'm crying.
I said it once and I'll say it again. You know, Zach Wilson is a dog, but I'd rather play with the most accurate quarterback in the NFL, dog.
I want to pick up on that because you just called him the most accurate quarterback in the NFL. And you made a lot of headlines about Tua's accuracy, Tyreek, in comparison to Mahomes. So what have you seen from him so far this summer? And yeah, kind of elaborate on that statement that, made the media world go wild.
I mean, obviously, Tua, he's not your typical gunslinger, but, like if you really just pay attention to his game, everything is spot on, everything is pinpoint. Ball is on time, his fundamentals are on point, so, I mean, he takes the time to make up in other areas and be great in those other areas that, other quarterbacks may not be good at, so that's all I got to say on that. Tua, he's a fucking heck of a competitor. He's a hell of a hard worker, so like I say, man, I'm excited to work. Go to work with them, compete with them, and, battle with them.
The funny part is it's almost like people have a problem with him defending his quarterback, yet I think Tyreek also has a problem having to defend his quarterback.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, because that's how much you can tell, that's how much he believes in the guy, that he's like, what's all this shit going on? And to me, that's been my problem the entire time, because I've never really blamed the offensive linemen, and I don't really blame Tua. I really blame the environment around them, the personnel decisions that were made by the coaches, what they wanted to do, how they were coaching them, how they were preparing them. I just think they put those players at a disadvantage, and they put their offense at a disadvantage. Whereas I think Tyreek now gets to a team now where Mike McDaniel knows exactly what to do with an offense. So he has no idea how dysfunctional it was the last couple of years. So when he steps in, he sees organization, he sees rhyme and reason, and then he sees a comfortable quarterback in a comfortable environment. So I think for him, it's baffling because he's actually seeing it in a different way than everybody else saw it the first 2 years.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because this offseason, I've asked people this. I don't know if there's a quarterback that's been talked about as negatively this offseason as Tua. And I'm just not sure why. Like, obviously, I don't think he's proven that he's a Pro Bowl quarterback at this level. But to me, there's other quarterbacks to pick on if you want to pick on quarterbacks. Like, there's a handful of other quarterbacks off the top of my head that are starting quarterbacks that I would criticize before I even got to Tua, like at least 10 or 12 of them. And so I think that for Tyreek, hearing him do that is probably, like you said, him feeling like he needs to prop up the narrative around Tua. And I think that he's like, I live it. Like, I'm here every day. You guys should see what I see. And so he's coming from a quarterback in Patrick Mahomes who people did nothing but praise him. And so he never had to lift up Patrick Mahomes because everybody else did.
Right.
Now nobody else is lifting up Tua, so he feels like, especially as him being the highest paid player, the face of the team, he's got to do that. He's got the platform to do it. And so I don't see any issue with it. I think that, people are going to take it out of proportion. I think the Mahomes Tua comparison thing is what drove people crazy, but I don't see anything wrong with him going on First Take and saying, I think this is my quarterback. Now, the accuracy thing, I think Tua is accurate. Is he the most accurate quarterback in NFL? I don't know if that's true. I think that
it has to be proven. That has to be proven. So that's he is an accurate quarterback. There's no doubt in my mind. God, yes. Very accurate. You know what I mean? But
sometimes, like you said, when you're trying to prove a point, sometimes you go a little further than you made today. Like he's a very accurate quarterback is different than he's the most accurate quarterback in the league.
Because Aaron Rodgers is video game like accurate. And video game like accurate in 5, 10, 15, and 45 yards. Okay.
Right.
Exactly. Deadly. When you watch Aaron Rodgers throw the ball, I swear to you, you're watching some Madden game or something, because it just looks like it's digitally enhanced, how it just travels perfectly, beautiful spiral, leading the receiver right in his hand. I mean, he does it all the effing time. I marvel at the way that guy throws the ball.
Yeah, he's and that's why it's like Tyreek gets a little bit into the proverbial statements.
Right.
Those are the things that people pick up, and they're like, how could you say that? But his point is that Tua is very accurate. Him saying the most accurate quarterback in the NFL is what everybody's going to attach to. And so it kind of loses the point that he's trying to make because he went a little too far. So that would be my only thing with Tyreek. Like, you're fine saying, hey, the dude is super accurate. Like, he's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL. Saying he is the most accurate, saying he is better or more accurate than Patrick Mahomes, these are things that people can take out of context, and it becomes a bigger thing than I think Tyreek was trying to make it.
I don't blame him. I blame the Cuban effect on him. He moved down here. We've affected him. Cubans exaggerate. It's just one of our traits. It's just one of those things.
Right.
Soon you'll see he'll be walking around with a little cafecito in the locker room, and you're gonna go, oh, it's right. See, the Cuban people really, and so don't blame Tyreek, blame us. It's our influence here in South Florida. We make people want to exaggerate because that's what we do for a living as Cubans. We exaggerate. So, that's blame it on us, not on Tyreek. Okay. That's all I've got to say.
He's embracing that Miami culture, huh?
That's it. That's what it's all about. All right. We got camp tomorrow. What are you, I know the fans will not be allowed in camp till Saturday at 10:25, by the way, just so you'll know, for all of you out there, do not go out to camp Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. They will not let you in. Security will arrest you.
Yep.
Okay, so do not go. We have a jail there and everything at the new facility, and we'll throw your ass in there. So don't show up on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. No, seriously, it's Saturday. Go ahead.
No.
What was that?
I said, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Stay where you are.
That's it. When you headed out, you coming back for camp
back
tomorrow?
tonight. I'm coming back tonight. I will be there day one of training camp. So I am I'm gonna be a little bit more exhausted than I would have than a lot of the Dolphins folks there because they're just starting up. I got 3 days on them. But I'm gonna head down tonight and I'm gonna be up in there in the morning. I'm gonna be there all through the weekend. So I'll be there Monday, Tuesday. Good Lord, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and we'll be on TV live on set with Scott Hansen and Willie McGinnis Friday, and Saturday it'll just be me solo on TV then. So 2 days of Dolphins coverage Friday and Saturday, and I'll be there all week to kind of get some views of the Dolphins their first 4 days of camp. So the one thing about the first 4 days, and I'm seeing it here in Jacksonville, there's no pads. So it's football back, but it's not all the way back. And so I'm looking forward to next week when the pads are smacking and it feels closer to real football. But nonetheless,
maybe by Saturday, right? Or no, it's next week or Saturday. Well,
I think Saturday. I think Saturday may be the first pad day. I think you're right. I think the new CBA is 3 days. They have to be
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then I think Saturday for the fans. I think they'll see the pads.
I think you're right. They are off Sunday, so I think it's the first three days no pads.
Right. So we'll be out there Wednesday. We can't be there Thursday and Friday because we've got appearances in a couple of places like always. But we'll be back on Saturday to get camp out. So looking forward to it. Cam, as always, appreciate you, my man. We will catch up later in the week as we get to really talk about football.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. All right.
You got it. There you go. Cameron Wolf, NFL Network. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf and KSDT, CPAs. Make sure you call them advisory, tax, healthcare advisory, property management, wealth management, valuation. They do it all at KSDT CPAs. So make sure you give them a ring. They've got offices now in Miami, in Weston, and in West Palm Beach. You can call them at 305-670-3370. That's 305-670-3370 for KSDT CPAs. They do a lot more than just your taxes for personal or for your business. KSDT CPAs.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
Alrighty. Just to switch gears, because I saw this on social media, and I found it kind of funny. We always end up, and listen, to a certain extent, I agree with some of this. And it was Draymond Green, and he was talking about comparing eras. And I understand that comparing eras is pretty tough. It's one of those things that is not an easy thing to do because it's different, right? And so he got into this whole thing. I, by the way, tweeted him back because I think he left a couple of very important things out. But he goes, I'm watching the 98 Bulls versus Utah in the finals. I can't help but notice our 2017 team would have beaten these Bulls by a dub and these Jazz by 40 if they're going to play these brands of basketball. And that's why it's dumb to compare eras. So, my point, and they started going back and forth, and Durant and all that chimed in, and Steve Kerr would be begging for the pick and rolls and all that kind of stuff, because obviously defending the pick and roll, they'd put Steve in that position it'd be hell for him. That's what they're saying. Here's my problem with all of this. In general, You cannot compare eras if you're going to play them straight up in those eras, right? The basketball player today is a much better athlete than the basketball player in the 90s or in the 80s or in the 70s, correct? Yes. But here's what I say, and this is the part that Draymond Green and some of these other guys, and that's why, maybe that's why they can't do talk shows, because they don't think of both sides. And I try to think of both sides. So you want the advantages that you have now of training, of medicine, of travel, everything that all the creature comforts you have now, and you want to compare them to what they didn't have then. How about this? How about I get Magic Johnson and Hakeem Olajuwon and Michael Jordan, and why don't I fast forward them now and give them the training now, right? Give them the medicine now, give them the travel now, because, the travel was worse, the medicine was worse, right? The technology was worse, everything was worse, yet there was no load management. So I sent back to Draymond Green. I said, well, play under the 80s and 90s rules, training, medicine, and travel, and half of today's NBA would be broken down. Please. Followed up with, give those players all the modern training and their crazy dedication, no load management here, and it's over. Come down the lane with real centers, I put. Why don't you come down the lane and we'll let Rick Mahorn take your ass out? Why don't you come down the lane and let Robert Parrish wipe your ass out? So before you talk about the 80s and the 90s, they played under different rules. So what rules are we playing under? What conditions are we playing under? Because if we're playing in rougher conditions, I'll take the tougher players. And they're not here. And they're not now. Draymond Green. Okay? Ben Simmons would take one look at Rick Mahorn and say, I'm good. I'll stay at LSU. I'll finish out. And, I'll go find another job. That guy can't play in this league. Can you imagine him trying to go up against Robert Parrish down the lane? I mean, listen. I get it. You got a digital phone now. You don't have to work rotary. Everything in life changes. And what you're enjoying now, it's because things evolved and they got better and they made your life easier. So now you get to buy an electric car and eventually you won't be using gas. And you won't need as many car parts and as many things breaking down, and you won't be polluting the environment because there's an elevation that goes with it. Back 30, 40 years ago, an ACL was something that, oh my God, it could end your career. Now, you're fine. You'll come back with it, no problem. So what rules are we playing under? I love how you want to show that you have an advantage because you're using stuff that gives you an advantage. Okay? And the game is softer now. It's not nearly as physical. The referees call everything. Back in the day, they let them play. Okay? And go look at Michael Jordan's numbers. 81, 82 games, 82 games, 82 games, 81, maybe an 80, 81, 82. No load management, buddy. That's him gambling at night, banging chicks, and then putting 40 on your head the next day and going through the lane with Pat Ewing and Mark Eaton and Bill Laimbeer and Robert Parrish and all the load of big-ass dudes that were willing to just hammer your ass when you went through that lane. You think Trae Young is injury-prone now? Let me see if he can do what Allen Iverson did through the trees. Please, dude. Please. Okay? Trae Young's a fantastic little player. He doesn't bring the toughness that Allen Iverson had ever. in his life, and he got hammered. Trae Young does not. No one gets hammered in this league. Draymond Green. So what are we talking about? Are we talking about we get to bring those players from the 80s and 90s and give them the training, the medicine, and the travel of today so their bodies develop the same way, and we play against these same wussy-ass rules? You think you're going to have an advantage? You're wrong. And if we go back in time and go back 20, 30 years, and now you're forced to play and travel and all the medicine of those days, guess what? They would have your lunch and they would be laughing at your ass. Some things are better, but because they're better, they've allowed you to do things that are better. Okay? When we started skateboarding and we were finding empty pools and all those kind of things, we were doing some tricks. We were doing some, stuff. It evolves. Because as time evolves, you learn how to do more, and then it becomes even crazier, and these guys are going 8-10 feet off the pool in the air and coming right back down. The kind of shit that we never did, because it evolves, because you learn, and then you get better, whatever it is, bikes and skates and cars and this and that, and everything improves, which allows the athlete to be better. So the athlete is better because of the evolution of everything that's gone on. It's not because you're actually better than the people from before. It's not that. It's that you have the better tools to prepare you. So if I take away those tools, Draymond Green, and you've got to now get prepared the same way Michael Jordan had to get prepared in the 80s and the 90s, guess what? Most of the players in today's game would probably not survive. If they have this mentality, by the way. I got to keep them in their 2020s mentality also. I need that. I need that little comfort zone of their mentality, and I want to bring that to the 80s and the 90s. Okay? We'll take away the training. We'll take away the medicine. We'll take away the travel. We'll take away all that. Now you've got to do it the same way everybody does it. But I want you thinking like you're still in the 2015s and 2020s and things like that. I want you thinking like that and playing in the 80s and 90s. That's what I want. Yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, man. So I saw that from Draymond Green. I kind of laughed. You know what I mean? That's why you got to, some of these people, they really don't look at it the way they should. Well, what can I tell you? All right, you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. Let's see. I don't follow other South Florida sports teams besides the Dolphins, so I will say Tyreek. So you got, okay. Well, but I mean, I get it. That's if you only follow one kind. Let's see. Remember when Tua was destroyed for being man enough to admit he didn't do his best in learning the offense? He didn't need a clause in his contract to get him to admit where he failed. Let's see how they treat Kyler, having basically to threaten him to stay off video games and study the damn playbook. And don't no one tell me about his performance on the field. Through 2 seasons, Tua's on par and even exceeds Kyler in some areas without having a world-class receiver to throw to. Sad. Yeah. I don't worry about Tua at all. I know he will know his playbook now and everything going on because he has the right people around him now to help him out and prepare him. Whereas you had somebody that was basically scheming against you. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, Flo wasn't looking for that kid to succeed. He needed to justify that kid fails because he didn't want him in the draft. You cannot succeed with somebody that's constantly against you. John Rouse. When it's the state gonna step up and pump water to Lake Mead. USA already has 400 of them, 200 in service. Let's counter some of that ocean rise plenty. I know that, dude, but, we keep voting in a clown or a criminal every 4 years, my brother. The Democrats and the Republicans can't come up with somebody that's really good and creative and cares about us, not about their personal interests or whatever commitments they have to other people. And, it's just bad leadership. We constantly never come up with a good candidate, unfortunately. And I don't see either side producing one right now, to be quite honest. Okay. And that's the scary part. I said that whole thing of pumping. Lord knows there's plenty of ocean water, and Lord knows we can pump that ocean water into our lakes, clean up that water, make it fresh water, and put it right into our lakes. Hell, I was watching a special on the Salt Lake, and they want to pump salt water in there. The Great Salt Lake is saltier than salt water in the ocean, actually. So they were like, we can pump the ocean water straight into our lake with no problem, because Salt Lake is actually saltier than the ocean. And at least you don't even have to purify it there. At least you purify it before Lake Mead. I'm with you, man. I mean, we build pipelines with oil. It's like I said yesterday. We have the wherewithal to pump all the oil we want if we feel like it, right? Europe needs oil. Russia, they don't want to buy it from Russia. We've got an open customer. So why don't we keep pumping oil, lower our gas prices, make life easier on ourselves, and we sell excess oil to Europe. And with that money, we then create our green network. We buy the windmills, we create all our traffic lights under solar power, all that. We can use the profits from oil to create the green life we want instead of taxing our asses. But do they do that, John? Nah, because why? Because it would make too much sense. I get it. We want to be environmentally friendly, but at the moment, we're going through a tough one. So do things that can make our lives easier in the future. We've got the power. Let's do it, man. Let's do it as safe as possible, and let's pump out the oil, and let's get it, and let's pick up a new customer, Europe, and let's bring in billions and trillions of dollars for our economy. Wow, what a concept. And if we're going green, then let's go green so we don't ever need the oil ever again. Wow. We have oil, we have resources, we don't use it. We have ocean water, we have resources, we don't use it. What can I tell you, John? It's constant crappy government every time, So what can I tell you? Time to dig up the grave and bring Teddy Roosevelt from the dead. Did you see desalination plant at Israel just produced and pumping water? Amazing. You can do it. You can do it. It's just there's plenty of ocean water to do it, brother. Plenty of ocean water. That's the best thing, man. There's an excess amount of ocean water. We got icebergs the size of Germany peeling off the Antarctic and melting. You know what I'm saying? We got plenty of water. The ocean on the rocks is going on right now. Super V says, good afternoon, Big O. As I heard, you constantly said more than once that Tua was successful playing under chaos, so I look forward to him playing with more competent coaching staff. Exactly. Yep. Screw our economy. We got to keep sending billions overseas to help everybody else. Amen, brother. Amen. You see the Kachuk that he hates the boats. Hunter, are you rewind? Are you watching the show? Yes, we saw it, my man. We saw it. All right, let's take a quick break. Omar Kelly will join us at 12:15 to start off hour number 3 right here on the Big O Radio Show.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
What? Oh, look.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're gonna run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yes, sir. Welcome aboard. Thank you all for hanging in there with us. Hour number 3 of the program. Appreciate you. RedRecover.com, proud sponsor of our program. We're starting it off hour number 3 and a big-time sponsor of our show. By the way, Red Recover is going to be the new sponsor of the Inside the Paint show, and it will restart here this month. It'll start in August on the 3rd. So we will get the Inside the Paint show started again. Looking forward to that. Red Recover, by the way, promotes fast muscle recovery. So you get back from the gym, you're all worn out and your body's sore. This is it. Maybe you've got a prior injury, knee, ankle, shoulder, back, neck, you name it. We've got the wrap for you. 15 minutes. Listen, this is not medication. There are no side effects. It's all natural. When we talk about red light therapy, folks, listen, anybody suffering from chronic pain such as arthritis, neck, lower back discomfort, 15 minutes a day will bring about tremendous relief. You're going to feel better without using medication. Red Recover is 100% natural with no side effects, so it's even great for the kids. They're running around all summer long. They pick up a sprain or a strain. You got a wrap for it. You give them 15 minutes of treatment daily. They're going to feel better. If you've got an old injury or maybe, like for me, my right shoulder, it has been hurting because all these years I'm a side sleeper. And so on my right side, I've been hurting a little bit. My shoulder on the left side has been fine, but the right shoulder has been bad. So I'm now using the wrap and it's alleviating the pain. It's giving me, you can tell the blood also when it comes to circulation, what Sean was talking about with his knee. I'm now feeling it with my shoulder. So you can do it too. Go to redrecover.com. Check out the testimonials. Hayden Hurst, first round pick, tight end, plays for the Cincinnati Bengals. He uses Red Recover as part of his daily routine to optimize his performance. So you can do it too after the gym, prior injury, whatever it is, or a chronic pain. Use redrecover.com. It's not just to grow your hair like I have, which again, oh, wait a minute. Let me have the battery because I am charging the battery. There we go. Now I can charge a battery. So I put the battery in. There we go. There's the Red Recover battery. And then if I want to put on the hat, put on the hat. And I got 15 minutes now. And I will wear the hat. And I'm getting the treatment on my hair right in front of you. How about that? Only 15 minutes. That's it. All right. And the good thing about 15 minutes, it doesn't then give me a hat head. Because your hair will stay, it'll come back, fluffy there. Once I go, like tomorrow morning when I'm at camp and it's all swell, God, then you got the hat head and that's just terrible. But that's different. You know what I mean? But this is good. Doesn't give you a hat head and anything. It's only 15 minutes. Very key that you don't get a hat head. Okay. So there you go. Go to redrecover.com. Use our code Big O. Get 10% off redrecover.com. Mob rules. Klondike's Choco Taco. Jill Biden called people that. I have no idea what that means. I've never had a Choco Taco. I've seen them, but I've never had one of those. Good afternoon, Big O. As I heard you constantly say more than once, Tua was successful. Okay, I read that one under chaos. Yes. Right on with the Draymond response. I'd love to see his response to you. Well, we'll see. I'm sure he gets plenty. I doubt he'll respond to me on that one. But it is what it is. It's just so convenient to say, well, we're better in this era than they were. And yeah, of course, dude, you've got advantages. And your game is softer, and they handle you with kid gloves now. Oh, load management. Oh, my God, you have to play 80 games. Oh, it's the end of the world for you. Pobrecito. There's the guy on a roof for 35 years, and I'm worried about you playing 80 games. There's the teacher in the classroom teaching for 35 years, 200 kids every day, frying her brains. And I'm worried about you playing 162 baseball games, 82 basketball games, or 16 or 17 football games for a short amount of time. Thanks. You choose a craft, dedicate yourself to it. Oh, if video killed the radio star, what did the internet kill? Radio. And TV, actually. Yeah. And now the blockchain will kill the internet. That's what people don't realize. You are on something that is dying. The internet. We've never talked about that, but that's kind of the other way to explain what's going on with crypto and the blockchain. You are on something that is dying. Get ready. You'll be doing .ios and stuff like that. It won't be .coms. The internet is dying. The blockchain will kill the internet. So video killed the radio star. Internet killed radio and television. And the blockchain will then end up killing the internet because it's the same thing. That's why it's beautiful that you see 30 years later the same attitude about crypto and the internet. Oh, the internet's a joke. Oh, that'll never last. This, that. Now we can't live without it. And it's the same thing. People don't realize that crypto is the blockchain, which is the new internet, where all the businesses are going to be built, where you're going to go to get your music and buy your tickets and buy your clothes and go out and buy your movie tickets. It'll all be on the blockchain. It won't be on the internet anymore. So people don't realize we're in the middle. We're at the beginning stages. You know how they say 1,000 cuts kills, right? You know, they just started putting cuts into the body right now. Little slices. That's what the blockchain's doing. And eventually the internet body will bleed completely out and the blockchain will take over. And that'll be the modernized and secured internet that everybody has been seeking. But hey, you keep doing your thing. I'll do mine. If you don't want to believe, don't believe. That's fine with me. I'm good. Omar Kelly Let's see what he believes in our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report. That's next. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
Yes, sir. There we go.
What is this? You got me on backstage. I don't see my picture. Is that me or is that you?
No, that's let's see. It's I don't know. That's you, bro.
No.
They've added you to the screen. I don't know what's going on.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Sean, what is Omar doing wrong? Because it's Omar doing something wrong.
Always me, huh?
Yeah, of course. Certainly not going to be me.
Okay, hold on.
Looks like his camera cut off.
By the way, those of you on the chat board, you may want to tell Bahana rules of the show because he clearly broke.
Oh, you got rules to the show. Okay.
Yeah. There are rules to the show. One, don't tell the host what he can or cannot do or say. You don't host the show. I host the show. I talk about whatever the hell I want to talk about. So, I always love the people. Well, you shouldn't talk about this. You should talk about. Well, then don't listen, my brother. It's pretty simple. That's it.
I have the same thing on Twitter for years. Like I have rules, especially now the training camp's going to ratchet up. I'll probably gain like 7,000 followers in the first week when they realize nobody reports practice like I do. But it is what it is. And then the newcomers are the worst because the newcomers don't understand your style or your sense of humor or your tone or the fact that you hate talking about quarterbacks and focus on everything else or your obsession with trench play. So they question everything. And I'm just like, one of my rules, thank you for reminding me that because I usually send that out the first day of training camp. One of my rules is just watch, see how I do things, and then you'll get me. Just be patient. You'll get me. Don't sit there and you'll figure me out.
Yeah. I just love the guys that want to produce the show and want to tell me what to say or not to say, what to opine on. If I want to opine on crypto or anything in life, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, it's my show. It's not your show. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. You
work very hard to build this show and this format, and they don't have an understanding or appreciation. But now, you know what? Everybody's got a podcast. Go get one.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
You can do it better. Go get one.
Right. You can do it better. Go ahead, man. You can go ahead and do it. That's fine. But the one thing you don't do on this show ever, don't tell me what to say or not to say or what to do. It's not your show. It's my show. Okay. I drive the show and I decide what goes on and what is said. Yes. I love these kind of people that all of a sudden they think they're the talk show host. And I'm the one doing it for 32 years. I don't need your assistance on what I should or should not talk about. So there you go. But you get ghosted and now you will never chat again because you broke the rule. Anyway, all right. So I was having some fun with this because I know you don't really follow hockey and even baseball to a certain extent, right? You don't really follow baseball.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Do you?
No,
right?
No.
Right. You follow maybe a little basketball, probably, right?
Oh no, I follow basketball, but I
right. So this might, and I know you follow college football.
Yes.
So this is going to be a tough question to ask you, but yesterday the Panthers introduced their new player, Matthew Kachuk, and just to kind of Matthew Kachuk is John Morant. Okay.
All
you
right.
get my drift? Okay. He's
young, talented, flashy.
but he backs it up.
Okay.
But he backs it up. He's Jimmy Butler. Okay. Okay. So he's Jazz Chisholm. Okay. I don't know how much baseball you follow, but Jazz,
I pay
you know,
attention to Jazz Chisholm.
who doesn't pay attention?
Trying to get him on IMAX.
Jazz is the only one that makes you pay attention to baseball on that team. And
Correct.
Sandy, of course. But Sandy, we marvel with his talents. Jazz, we marvel with his talents, and we marvel with his other talents. You know what I mean? It's just there's a combo there that comes with it. It's like Tyreek Hill. There's a combo that comes with it.
Hey, you know what you
Tyler
got?
Tyler Van Dyke. Okay, so here's my question to you.
Tyler Van Dyke.
Plenty. So who's the player that carries?
It's flashy and a little charismatic.
Well, I guess you don't remember him talking about NC State. We're going to beat them and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. But I mean,
swag. He just took. The guy just took over as a starter, and he said, "No, we're going to beat NC State," and they went out and beat NC State.
Bro, confidence.
But some players, Zach's never going to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Zach who, Thomas? Okay.
Yeah, he's not going to come out publicly and say shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So there are certain guys that have that strike. So my question is, don't go running off the beaten path on me here. Relax. Who's the player with the most swag in town right now? Jimmy Butler, Tyreek Hill, Tyler Van Dyke, Matthew Kachuk, or Jazz Chisholm?
Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
Best resume. Back it up.
Well, locally, no. It's really Jimmy, because what he did in Kansas City, we don't really care about.
No, Jimmy don't have a ring.
But locally, right now, I personally give it to Jimmy because he's accomplished more for South Florida fans. You know,
yes, accomplished more for South Florida fans. But let me ask you this question: Jimmy Butler's career finishes on the same trajectory. Is he a Hall of Fame player?
With the way he's playing with Miami, he might be one of those borderline guys that gets in. He might be, because he's also an all-league defender too, and people appreciate that too. He's always been an all-league defender his whole life, and now he has really had the stage to prove as a leader. Because man, I am so impressed the way he will score if he has to score. And then his ego says, all right, let's get everybody else involved. I'm good with 15 points and 12 assists tonight. I don't really give a shit. Yeah, he is so selfless, and he'll be selfish when you need him to be selfish. You know, that's what the great players, they know when they're needed, and I got to take over right now. Oh, okay, look, I can set everybody else up and we can keep going. You know, that's the beauty of the great player. And so that's why I ask. We got it because Inter Miami doesn't have a player like that right now.
Yeah.
But the other 5 teams in town do have a player like that, and those are the 5 guys, and that's why.
The reason I answer with Tyreek Hill is because he's got a swagger that's unique to the NFL. He's Chad Johnson light, Chad Ochocinco light, and he's based on his first 6 years, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. If he does the next 6 years on the same kind of pace that he's done the first 6 years, and obviously that's going to be hard to do because of quarterback and because of basic.
Actually, he's playing. He's playing with the best receiver he's ever played with. He's never played with a guy that will command attention too, like Waddle. So that will also be a detriment to him catching as many balls as he did in Kansas City here, because Waddle's the best player he's ever played opposite of.
Oh no, don't do that, Travis Kelce.
No, I'm talking receiver, bro. I'm not talking about tight end.
Okay, that's
receiver.
Fair.
He's never had another guy opposite of him that's as talented.
But he's also at a Hall of Fame.
And by the way, Gesicki is no slouch. I know he's not Travis Kelce, but as a pass catcher, he's still a hell of a pass catcher. Top 7 in the league, maybe as a pass catcher.
To address Tyreek Hill, and I'm very curious. I will say this: Tyreek Hill is the fastest / quickest player that I've ever seen in my life. And keep in mind, I went to high school with Santana Moss. I've covered Devin Hester. I've covered the great Hurricanes. You know, Andre Johnson's probably the gold standard of wide receivers, if you don't want to put Santana Moss up there as a gold standard. or Reggie Wayne. You could do whatever you want to do, but they're not speed guys. I've covered the Ted Gins and the Clyde Gates. I've covered Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle, there's no need for a race. There's no need.
Oh, no. Yeah.
There's zero. I've never seen anybody move as fast as Tyreek Hill. Like from not 0 to 60, but just quickness, just acceleration, like build-up speed. Like he goes from 0 to 60 in like 0.5 seconds, which is half a second for those who think I don't do math. It's quite impressive, and I'm excited to see how he opens up the offense. But he also has a cockiness and a swagger that I don't think the Dolphins signed on, and they know they weren't going to be able to harness it. And two, it's with this coaching staff, it's probably well received. He's
Sean. Go ahead. What you say?
Mike McDaniel is going to let guys be themselves.
Right. Yeah, which I think is really important. I think the good coaches allow players to show some personality because it allows them to feel better about themselves. But at the same time, there's always a line you want drawn, and I think most players understand that. And as long as you can stay within those parameters, you can have fun and be professional at the same time.
You know who's the last coach like this? Gase was the last coach like this. And I know Dolphin fans are gonna, not hate those comparisons, but it's true. Gase was the last coach who really allowed players to be themselves.
Right.
And Sperano, not really, because he was still on that Parcells tip.
Philbin couldn't handle it at all. Handle it.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Philbin wanted a team full of Cole Meese's. And
he wanted to get somebody traded every week practically, dude. I mean, he drove that front office crazy. With how many
they all drive the front office crazy.
No, but this guy, I heard that this guy was like the worst. Like he couldn't coach anybody practically.
No, he couldn't.
He wanted to get rid of so many people that the front office was like, Joe, we can't do this. I always repercussions with salaries and everything else, and you've got to adjust as a coach, and you've got to reach some of these personalities and this and that. And he struggled big time.
I always say this, and I don't really understand it. I don't think it's really resolved. I think Teron Armstead may be the first guy that really addressed this. Free agents, especially the top tier guys, they should take their time and actually meet their coaches and meet their GMs and talk to them and get to know them. Mike Wallace signed on with the Dolphins without ever knowing jack shit about
money because he only wanted the money. They don't read the CBA, dude.
Most of them just want the money. Let's be real.
Right. And that's why the players never progress against the owners, and the owners own them every single time in these negotiations because most of the league only lasts 3 to 4 years. So all these guys, they don't give a shit about long term.
Yeah.
The stars, they're trying to talk everybody else in the long term, but those guys are like, F you, dude. I'm not here long. I'm only here a couple of years. Give me my money now. Oh, you tell me you could give me more money as a first year player, but I lose out on this or that, right? Hell yeah, give me that money. And that's the problem, that they're very short-sighted and they think about money.
No, they shouldn't be short-sighted because of the nature of the league. The guaranteed contract is all that matters in the contract. So I'm with it. Go get the most money that you can, but you also have to align yourself with a good team, good organization, good quarterback, and a place where you're comfortable. And I don't think a lot of people or players have done that oftentimes.
That reflects life. In life, people don't do their homework enough. So, to me, players are a reflection of society. There's a lot of people that just sign a contract and they don't read the bottom line.
Bro,
and there's a lot of people that make all kinds of commitments and they don't read the bottom line and they don't think of the repercussions and they don't think of their decisions. This happens. Football players are no different than we are.
Tell me, the funny thing is, I got 2 stories for you. I'll start with the first one, which is that clicking on a Sun Sentinel link, which strangely enough, I felt like weird doing it. Opportunity to win a free iPad. So click on it, win the free iPad. Then you got to give them all this information to get the free iPad, and you got to pay for shipping and give them a credit card number. And then when you read the fine print, which nobody's going to read the fine print, it took me 15 minutes to read the fine print. What you're doing is signing up for a year subscription of a meal plan that literally is unbreakable.
Right.
So you want the free iPad, you're going to get the $700 free iPad, yet you're signing up for a meal plan that's going to run you $50 a week for a full year.
Right. Yeah.
And you have no idea what food they're sending you. But you know what? You want the free iPad. That's one of the lessons that I've learned in my life, in my 45 years. There is nothing in this world for free. Now, put that story to the side. As you know, I've been in negotiation with the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette for 2 months.
Right.
3 months, or whatever. Contract is just. Oh, we're back and forth. You know what that's like.
I've been there many times. Exactly what it is.
Painful experience. We finally have the contract that I'm comfortable with. They're comfortable with. Still haven't signed it. Just got an email about why I haven't signed it. Still haven't figured out what I've made my decision what I'm going to do. But the point is, 3 months, bro, going over a contract.
I know. I've been at it. It's the weirdest thing. It's like, I've been here for years, right? I work my ass off for you. Like, what more are we trying to figure out here? Like, what the hell is this? Yeah, I've been at it, bro. I've been at it I remember one of my contracts took 6 months to finish.
Yeah.
6 months.
It's just, but you have to get to a point, and I to correlate with the athletes.
Meanwhile, they're keeping you on the old terms while you're doing all of this. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's the bitch of this whole thing. It's
there's definitely some dragging it out on their part. I basically was like, F you about 2 times. Like, okay, I'm good where I'm at. But it's you gotta make sure you're at the point where you're comfortable. But understand that these guys have such a limited time slot to do it, then to make money, then to extend their career. There are 3 arcs of a player's career. It's the beginning stage, your rookie contract, to the point where you have to force them to give you money when you've played and excelled and showed that you're not a Noah Iguanagani. And then you get to the give me my money stage. Where's my money? You gotta, Christian Wilkins is in that shake them like, yo, give me my money stage.
Right.
And then you get to the Melvin Ingram stage where you're just trying to squeeze every drop of juice out that orange to the pulp to get just about every possible thing that you can get out of that. And then there's a 4th stage where they kick you out the door and they don't let you in anymore. That usually is around for the good pros. That's right. The elite guys, that's year 13. The Melvin Ingram, who's on year 12, he don't kill it this year. They're going to say, door gets shut behind you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you there. All right, Tyreek Hill. Sean, if you can, pull up the soundbite of Tyreek Hill on ESPN, cussing and fussing on as they ask him about Tua. I love how he ended up dropping the F-bomb in the question, which was just a beautiful thing. Sean, let's pull up the soundbite of Tyreek Hill and asked about Tua Tagovailoa.
I'm here. I didn't see it if you played it because I think I had your sound.
Here it goes.
All right, cool. Are you hearing it? Because I'm not.
Not yet.
Okay.
I think he's positioning it.
Should
be ready any second now. He'll get it going. And by the way, you can reach out on the Welton Rayom text line 855-912-1056 on
Are
the
you
Welton
frozen? I'm
Rayom
frozen.
text line.
No,
You ready?
I'm not frozen.
Here we go.
Man, but it's an ice box where my heart used to be. You know what I'm saying? Because you had an opportunity
Right.
to pick between Tua or pick between Zach Wilson, and you decided South Beach instead of New York. What was the determining factor in that? I'm crying inside.
I said it once and I'll say it again. You know, Zach Wilson is a dog, but I'd rather play with the most accurate quarterback in the NFL, dog.
I want to pick up on that because you just called him the most accurate quarterback in the NFL. And you made a lot of headlines about Tua's accuracy, Tyreek, in comparison to Mahomes. So what have you seen from him so far this summer? And yeah, kind of elaborate on that statement that, made the media world go wild.
I mean, obviously, Tua, he's not your typical gunslinger, but, like if you really just pay attention to his game, everything is spot on, everything is pinpoint, ball is on time, his fundamentals are on point, so, I mean, he takes the time to make up in other areas and be great in those other areas that, other quarterbacks may not be good at, so that's all I got to say on that. Tua, he's a fucking heck of a competitor. He's a hell of a hard worker. So like I say, man, I'm excited to work. Go to work with him. Compete with him, and battle with him.
There he is, dropping F-bombs and everything on ESPN, which was just absolutely beautiful. You're going in and out. Were you able to hear most of it or what?
No, I didn't hear any of it. Don't play it, paraphrase it. I watched the interview, so I know what you're talking about.
All right, so he basically was talking about how they asked him why choose Miami over New York and Zach, and he said, hey, Zach's a dog, but I want to play with the most accurate quarterback in the NFL, and that he talks about Tua's work ethic and that he's not your typical gunslinger, but he makes up for it in every other way of preparation and intelligence and all that other stuff. And he's and basically he, is happy where he's at. So he continues to back his guy up. And I was talking with Cam about this. And I think that Tyreek also gets to see he walked into a place that now has structure because they know offense. These guys know how to design an offense. They know how to design a running game. They know how to design a passing game.
Let's put a pause in that. Put a pin in that. Zach Wilson was the second worst quarterback in the NFL last season.
Well, I don't care about that part. Forget about that part. I'm just saying.
So it's like you're picking Tua or the second worst quarterback in the NFL. Like Tyreek was disrespectful in his introductory press conferences about the Jets. Obviously because he's on the national media, he's talking to Bart.
Right. He slowed it down a little bit. I get all. But here's my point. Tyreek stepped into a moment now where McDaniel's in place and there's more structure. There's more, common sense on offense right now. He wasn't here last year to watch the disaster of the offense and the atmosphere. So when people are questioning whether it's Tua or whatever it is, it's hard for him to understand because he didn't live what went on the last 2 years.
You know what, Tyreek?
He's defending what he's a part of right now. Right now he sees organization, in other words, on offense. So he feels good about what he's doing.
No, I totally disagree with you. Tyreek Hill took the money. Tyreek Hill, there were two teams that would make him the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL history that were offering him $30 million. It was the Jets and the Miami Dolphins. And he picked the Miami Dolphins because of location. And it wasn't quarterback. That's why I don't sit here and twist and make pontificate about.
You're talking about something completely different. I'm saying that now that he stepped into this environment,
he's saying what he needs to say before they actually.
Okay, so you say so then he's lying then.
No. He's guessing.
No. We gotta have it one way or the other, Omar. You can't play this bullshit.
He's guessing. He doesn't know crap about his head coach until the books. No, he's saying what he needs to say. He's saying what he needs to say on the eve of training camp.
Okay, so he's not lying. He's
As
bullshitting.
every player does on the eve of training camp. Everybody's going to the Super Bowl. And then
but so you say he's bullshitting.
He don't know nothing about Mike McDaniel. Nothing. Nobody, neither does anybody on that training camp team.
How can you say they don't know anything about Mike
because
McDaniel?
The bullets aren't flying and they don't know how he responds.
I get that, but I just talked to Cameron Wolf now. Okay. And he's in Jacksonville. And he's talking about how the players tell him it's a world of difference in their preparation now with Peterson than it was last year with Urban Meyer. And
I'm
that's
sure they said the same thing when Urban Meyer took over for whoever was Jacksonville's coach.
So wait a minute. So you don't think that the way Mike McDaniel runs an offense, it makes more sense than anything Flo did last year?
No, last year, maybe.
Yes.
Can Gailey year?
Like he has a real quarterbacks coach handling the quarterbacks. He has real offensive coordinator handling the offense. He has real offensive line coaches handling the offensive linemen. How can you tell me when you look at that shitbag coaching staff they had last year and this coaching staff that is proven, how can you tell me the players cannot see the difference already? I'm not telling you that the finished product is incredible, but the preparation product right now, they must have experienced something different over the last couple of months than they did last year. That's all I'm saying. The environment has to be different, bro.
No. And here's the reason why I say no.
Just tell me why you're dead wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, here's the reason why I say no. One, based on what I've seen in this OTA, and yes, they're installing a new offense, which Tua and the two Studsville and Godsey didn't have to install a new offense. They tinkered and changed the offense. But last year's training camp, last year's offseason program, offense looked better than it does now. Totally new offense being installed now, new personnel. So I can understand. New coaching staff, I can understand. But you don't know anything about your team. Zero. Zero.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No. Listen, hear me out. As a player, you don't know anything about your team until you see them lining up against somebody else who doesn't know your plays.
I know that. That's the obvious. I get that. But
you don't know anything about your coach. And I've always said this, and I firmly do believe this, and I will go to my grave saying this. You don't know anything about your coach until you see how he handles adversity, until you see how he conducts himself and his staff when they hit a 3-game losing skid. And is it panic time? Is it finger pointing blame time?
That's not what I asked you.
But Tyreek is saying what he needs to say. What's suppose Tyreek came out and was on whatever the show he was on ESPN and said, "Yeah, Tua's all right." What would the reaction be?
Well, then obviously it would not be a good reaction.
Okay.
Would not be a good reaction. You would want him to be, but he is overly supportive. So to me, I think he stepped into a situation that he likes. He really likes. It's not just about the check. I think
it's not just about what? It's not just about what?
It's not just about the check, because he could have gotten the check in New York, and he would have had a bigger media following around him in New York. You know what I mean?
Hold on. Come to.
Oh, you broke up.
South Florida for a team like the New York Jets, which God knows they haven't won since 2017, and play with Zach Wilson, who was the second worst quarterback in the NFL, with no weapons.
Oh, you're breaking up there.
Around you, like you tell me.
It's hard to tell you. It's hard to answer anything where I can't pick up on what you're saying. You're breaking up. I don't know where you're freezing, you're breaking. It's hard to pick up what you're saying right now.
So I lost power. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now we can finally.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? I lost power, so my Wi-Fi is resetting itself. But let me see if my
He's got the Clay Ferraro connection. Oh, God. How can he not say it's different? Like, it's obvious it's different. Like, players are walking into a building with competent coaches. Like, they're the guys that were here last year and then walk in this year, they must be, like, going, "Wow, this is how they really do it in football? Okay, now we've got it." Teron Armstead's walking in going, "Yeah, this is, how they do it." And the other guys are like, "Yeah, that's not how we did it last year." "Nah, Teron, you got the good stuff. We got the shitty stuff last year." And that's where I think it's changed with the whole thing with Tyreek. Are you there?
Yeah, I lost power in my home, so you know how that is with Wi-Fi resetting and blah blah blah. We're on a backup generator. Right?
You don't have a power charger there on like I've got one down here that's
No. Oh, you mean so hook up my Wi-Fi to the power charger? That's actually not a bad idea.
Like when there is a lightning strike or you get one of those.
Yeah, that's not a bad. That's not a. It's over there.
And it never runs out and it never turns off and it's always running.
That is
because it goes up on the backup battery.
That is not a bad idea, bro. That is not a bad idea. I have it. It's just not connected to the Wi-Fi. But yeah, that's not a bad idea, Big O.
I've lived with the studio for 20 years, brother. You live, you learn. So
yeah, listen.
I've had the power go out while I'm on the air, but people don't realize it because the backup battery kicks in and everything stays on. And so I'm lucky in that sense.
Yeah, we got a backup generator, but the Wi-Fi obviously needs time to reset. But yeah.
What are you expecting tomorrow? Because no pads. So what are we looking for? The Meteors first 3 days, and I would imagine pads on Saturday.
Just going through the motions. No pads on Saturday. That's too. You have to go like 4 practices.
Well, I thought Cam said 3, so that's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday pads. Sunday you're off. Maybe Saturday. Maybe this whole week they don't do pads, and they
because today counts as a practice. So it's I understand that I'm my basis is on past history. So today's conditioning test counts as a practice. 3 practices, maybe pads on Saturday. You're right. I don't remember which is open to the fans. Is Saturday open to the fans?
It's Saturday. Now, that I know for a fact. Saturday at 10:25. I hope there's pads on Saturday for the fans, man, because people that drive out there to see a practice without pads,
bro, it's still worth it no matter what. I hope they get back to players signing autographs. I don't know where they are from a COVID standpoint with that, but I think training camp is one of the best experiences that a fan can have, especially since it doesn't cost you $1. Doesn't cost you $1. You can go out there, you can take your kids, take your fans. I love, especially, and I can tell you the good practices. The end of the week practice is usually the good practice. It's usually they're going to scrimmage, give you more 11-on-11s because guys have break the next day and they want to see where they are. The first week is trash. The second week is usually good. And then obviously joint practices. If you could attend joint practices, do so because that's when you get the most revelations.
Definitely. And also bring joints to joint practices.
Bring joints? Why are you going to bring joints?
Because, you smoke 2 joints in the morning. You smoke 2 joints in the afternoon. You smoke 2 joints before you smoke 2 joints. And then you smoke 2 joints again. Yeah, so that's... Yeah, if you're going to see joint practices, I think you should have a joint while you're watching joint practices. That's for the fans, not for us media members, but I'm just saying.
Listen,
a little cumulonimbus cloud coming out of the practice facility.
Did you know you could go to Wynwood and now literally walk into a store and buy weed, not CBD, weed? Did you know that?
Well, I did not know that, but I'm not surprised. I mean, I just was in Vegas. They've got like
But
it's
legal. It's legal there.
Yeah, it's recreational. Here it's medical.
Technically legal here, but it's not recreational. But nobody's
No, it's
asking
medical. It's medical. It's medical.
But nobody's asking you for a card.
No, they don't.
No.
I would imagine they would ask you for a card, bro.
No.
I don't know. I haven't been to one. They don't.
I mean, I don't want to be snitching or nothing. But yeah, my boy was here like 2 weeks ago, and we went to Wynwood and went to hang out, and it's like weed shops on every corner in Wynwood, and literally that he's a smoker, and he's like, this is some good grade, and he's like, this is a good price, and he's like, literally, they're not asking for nothing. They're not asking for no car, no nothing. I mean, but that's it's a wink situation.
Oh well, by chance I have a meeting in Wynwood after the show.
Do you think?
I got to go to Wynwood after the show. It's just one of those things. All right, what are you working on?
I was shocked. I was really shocked. Wynwood, because it doesn't resemble anything that I remember. And I used to live out there. Like, it's different than it was 3 years ago. Like, you got to go on the Wynwood walls, you got to pay $20 now, by the way. When it used to be free? And
Why don't you go to Wynwood? Why don't you go to Wynwood 30 years ago when you were playing with your life?
Not even 30, 15. 15, bro.
No, but if you really want to get ugly, go about 30 years back. And those
30 years back,
were...
I probably used to work out there. 30 years, 30
years.
Yeah.
Put it this way, 30 years ago and 40 years ago, you only went to the Omni and you parked inside the Omni. And then you left the Omni and you never went anywhere else once you crossed that side of the highway.
Omni is a very underutilized place. If I was Steve Ross, I would buy the Omni and turn that joker into something great. I don't know what, but something great. Like the Omni is such a great location and it's so underutilized.
Yeah, I used to work at the Omni years ago. I used to work at a clothing store back in the 80s. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun. All right, what are you doing at the Sun Sentinel so folks can check that joint out?
I've got right now the best training camp battles of 2022. What's your favorite training camp battle, Big O? You hear me?
Yeah, no, I heard you. I'm trying to think of a real battle.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out that there is a real battle that, oh my God, and it's really on the offensive line, and I have to then find out who are the guards battling for certain spots and the right tackle.
It's just the left guard spot that's open, and then obviously if Austin Jackson isn't the answer at right tackle, then things go into flux.
Right, and that's where my intrigue is.
The way you look at the offensive line is find the top 5 guys, and then they're going to figure it out. That's what they've always said.
Right, because I'm not thinking of Hunter challenging Gesicki, and I'm not thinking of Igbenogany challenging any of the 3 guys. I'm just looking at Igbenogany to get better, and Hunter to get better.
With Byron Jones sidelined, you do realize that Igbenogany and Trill Williams will be in a very heated battle for that boundary spot.
Yeah, I'm not really looking at a battle. I'm just looking at Noah to get better. You know what I mean? And if Trill actually shows you something, then that's a great bonus.
That's one of my battles.
That is a battle. You are correct. You are correct.
My favorite battle is
Chase Edmonds in that position. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
My favorite battle is Chase Edmonds versus the field, because I don't think you can't just say, oh, this guy's making the most money, he's going to be the most effective. And Chase Edmonds was the yards after the contact leader in the NFL last season per carry, but I don't know who fits that scheme the best. Could be Mostert, could be Sony Michel, could be Myles Gaskin, who everybody's left for dead, could be Zakawandre White. I really he was my favorite rookie in OTAs, and I'm curious to see what happens when the pads come on. So That's one of my favorite battles. And then your guys, Brandon Jones versus Eric Flowers, which is they're both situational players. Who's got see Brandon makes splash plays, but he's so unreliable. The question is, will he become more reliable in year 3? And then Eric.
Well, see,
Eric Rose,
here's where we're gonna. I think they're two different players.
they are two different players. But which does this coaching staff lean on?
Brandon is better against the run. He's a better blitzer than this guy. And then I look at Rowe, and he is better against tight ends than he is really against wide receivers.
And better in coverage and better understanding the scheme.
Well, of course, because he's more experienced, but he's really he's not as good against wide receivers. Whereas obviously Brandon, that's the one area that he has to improve
does he
on.
cover wide receivers well?
Who?
Brandon Jones.
Who? No,
Brandon
he doesn't cover anybody well yet. That's where he has to. He only has to really improve in one area. I'm already satisfied with his run, and he'll get better. And I'm satisfied as a rusher, and he'll get. With Eric Rowe, I only look at him as his positives are covering tight ends. I don't look at him as a positive covering wide receivers.
Hold on.
And I don't look at him as the blitzer. I don't look at him as the blitzer that Brandon is, and I'll never look at him as the run protector that Brandon is. So that's where you and I will differ on that, and I will part ways and say, give me Brandon, because I'm going to get more of an all-around player if I can develop a little bit more in the coverage.
He finished third in tackles last season, and you don't think that in his third year as a safety, he can improve in run fits and tackling and all those things?
Who?
Rowe.
Oh, God, no, I think he is what he is already at this point. You know what I mean? At this point, I think he's reached what he is. In fact, this team saved his ass by making him more valuable in covering tight ends, because that's something that became a specialty for him and a really important thing. And please don't start with the whole shit that he couldn't cover the guy from the Raiders or he can't cover the guy from Kansas City. Nobody covers those guys. Enough already.
But
I hate
he had a good year last year.
It's like Tim Ruddy was a good player, and then they tell you, well, but he couldn't block Ted Washington. Fuck, who can block Ted Washington? He was built like 8 human beings. Leave Tim Ruddy alone. Nobody blocks Ted Washington. It's like that was always the same shit with him. It's like, dude, he's a good player. Yeah, I know he struggles against Ted Washington. Everybody struggles against Ted Washington. Have you seen Ted Washington? Jesus Christ, there are some people. Aaron Donald, I don't care who you are. You're going to struggle against that guy. It is what it is. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's just like we get to this point where it's just like sometimes we don't want to give people the credit that they deserve for who they are. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
All right. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly and catch his exceptional work there at the South Florida Sun Center. Always. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
All right, big dog. All right.
You got it. EJD Construction, baby. Call them. And I'm talking about major home remodeling. We're not talking about some handyman or anything like that. Call the great people at EJD Construction, 305-433-4843, and they do it all. Custom home construction, major home remodeling. You want to add a second floor to your house? You want to add an extra room? You want to modernize that kitchen? You want to upgrade that backyard and redo it and put a tiki hut and kitchen and barbecue and grill out there? You call the people at EJD Construction. They do all that kind of home construction. You want a TV coming out of the wall? That's what you do at EJD Construction. They'll take care of you. 305-433-4843 and fully insured. $2 million liability, $1 million workers' comp. He's not picking up a couple dudes at Home Depot and then showing up at your house. These are professionals, and they'll get it done the right way, and they're fully insured. I always tell you this. Do not allow anyone to work in your home that is not fully insured, because if they get injured in your home, they will sue you. And now you are in a problem. And trust me, most of those people, they know the rules. They know the laws better than you do, that you won't realize it. Do not allow anyone to work in your home that isn't fully insured. If you don't call EJD Construction, you call somebody else that's fully insured. 305-433-4843. All right, let's start off hour number 4. George Richards, baby, the legend, covering the Panthers. He now has some swag in the locker room. We'll talk about that next.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843. Time for the Lockdown segment with Florida Panthers insider George Richards. This lockdown is brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com. Here's FloridaHockeyNow.com insider George Richards.
There he is. How you feeling, baby? You feeling good?
Hey, Orlando. What's going on, bud?
Look at that Kachuk smile on your face. You're loving this shit, dude. You got a guy in the locker room now. Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Jonathan Huberdeau checking in with us.
Yes. And we'll miss Hubie. And
yeah, absolutely.
He did a great job for this franchise for a long time, but they got what they needed, man. This is what I've been clamoring for. I told you I wanted a son of a bitch in the locker room. And I think and Barkov, while he's a great player, he's a lot like Zach Thomas. He's going to lead by example. He's going to be a great player, but he's not going to be rattling cages, and he's not going to be firing up fans. This is a guy that when we talk about swagger and we talk about playing with confidence and we talk about lifting a locker room and pumping people up and maybe rattling people's cages too, I think they got the guy that they needed. And let me tell you something, Bill Zito, I think he had to hold himself back because he really wanted to give this guy even more praise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he even said that. Yeah, he was like, I can't keep pumping this guy up too much. But the way it went about, I mean, it's hard not to do it because the Panthers moved heaven and earth really to get it done. You ticked off Jonathan Huberdeau in the process, and you upset a good portion of your fan base by trading away a fan favorite. Now, that said, a lot of the people that you ticked off don't really understand the contracts and how things work, and probably don't know how good Matthew Kachuk is.
George,
we talked about this on Saturday. The guy plays in Calgary. Your casual fan hasn't seen him down here in South Florida. Just wait. Like Jack Nicholson said, wait till they get a load of me.
Listen, we loved Glenn Rice, bro. We loved him.
Glenn Rice. Love Glenn Rice.
But if you want Alonzo Mourning,
you got to do it.
I'm sorry, dude. Right. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Yeah. I really wanted to see Wade, Lamar, and Butler. I really loved those three guys playing together. I really wanted to see what they could do. You want Shaq? I'm sorry, bro. You got to throw in Butler.
It costs to get something. If there's a player of value out there, you got to give up something.
You got to do it.
And the truth is, but the reality is, the Panthers made the decision that Kachuk is better than Huberdeau. We want Kachuk. We're going to pay Kachuk. You can't have them both. It's not like you could. People are like, well, why couldn't you have kept Huberdeau? How are you going to do that? I mean, he makes $6 million a year. You just gave Kachuk 9.5. You had to give up Mackenzie Weegar and Jonathan Huberdeau. That still wasn't enough financially to clear the space off the salary cap. Those guys are both in expiring contracts. You were going to keep one of them, and it was probably going to be Huberdeau, and it was going to be, well, he's been here forever. He's our leading everything. He's part, the core, yada, yada, yada. We're going to give him the deal. Eventually, it's going to be the deal. And I think there's even talk that Huberdeau's representation knew that, and they were asking for more than Barkov based on last season, based on the past two seasons. Simple choice is they wanted Kachuk.
Yeah.
And we talked about, you asked me what guy's available. I said Evander Kane because that guy is available. Right. Matthew Kachuk was not available. The Panthers had no idea this was coming. And when they did, they jumped because the Panthers knew they were in position to get him. He was not available to all 31 teams or whatever. He was available to Florida, maybe Carolina, maybe St. Louis. There were only a couple teams he would sign long-term with. He basically picked his spot, and Florida, Florida's where it ended up.
Yeah, and listen, in the end, and listen, I'm not I'm not you, dude. You know this sport inside and out. I know the ingredient that they were missing, because they had 2 Robins and they needed a Batman.
Yeah.
And the only thing I kept telling you is, dude, I don't know this league and I don't know who's disgruntled and I don't know who you can find, but they need to go find a star and that makes a difference at the top with Barkov.
And the Panthers couldn't have done this in free agency. You can't. They didn't even talk to Johnny Gaudreau, the other Calgary.
Yeah, because they didn't have the money.
You
It's
don't have
stupid.
the money, but in a trade, you can
Right.
pull something like this off, and that's where Bill Zito. Listen, I wrote a story yesterday about how he has just unturned this roster. There are 3 players left from the 2020 playoff round. And 4 if you count Luosterainen, who didn't play because nobody knew who he was then. Usually that you're dead last in the league. If you're turning over that much, you're either in dead last or you're going to be in dead last. And the Florida Panthers have done this rebuild on the fly and have gotten better every year. They've gotten better every year.
Yeah, but people around the league, because now that I'm watching the hockey circles too around, people are dying to kill Zito also because of everything that happened with the last 2 guys and giving up the picks, and then you lost both guys.
So what?
Exactly. That's the part that pisses me off about those people, because they're short-sighted and they don't look at it from this side, that you had a chance to go for it and you went for it. And by the way, at least you got to the second round, which is something you've never done before. And now you can start using it as a damn building block. And you needed a superstar and you have to give up stuff. And now you got to, and listen, he's been able to find other guys, other ways, and draft picks. Yeah. So this is what you've got to do now. If you don't have a high pick, well, dude, you better start hitting on your second or third or fourth rounders now. You better start hitting on some other picks. You better go find some other guys. You better find another Anthony Duclair. You know what I mean?
And a lot of the criticism for Bill Zito is he's given up these first round picks. And the bottom line is, if the Florida Panthers are as good as they think they're going to be, who cares? That's a second round pick because you're going to be picking 27, 28, 29.
Very Riley light
there.
Very Riley
light there. You're rolling the dice. You could get that player at 37, 30, get a second round pick. What's it matter? So look, the Detroit Red Wings all those years, every year they were, they made the playoffs for 25 straight years or something. They were trading their first round picks every year. You know why? Because they were finding Hall of Famers in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. That's Florida now. Florida's finding these guys from Europe that kind of get overlooked, and Florida's going to find those guys. Anton Lundell, they got 12th overall. If we had a redraft right now, that guy's going top 3, and Florida got him at 12th because they've got that European. They've got Kekalainen, the younger brother of Jarmo, the GM at Columbus. He's the guy responsible for picking Sasha Barkov in 2013, whatever it was. Right. I mean, just a great guy to have in your organization. He finds these guys. If you can find those guys in the 3rd round, the 4th round, the 5th, then you don't need that number 29 pick in the 1st round. Let Montreal have it. They got, maybe he overpaid for Ben Sherratt because a lot of, but Ben Sherratt was fine.
Yeah, but he went for it. But he went. Dude, this franchise never did these kind of things. So what the hell? Am I going to start complaining about a franchise that's aggressive? A franchise that's willing to trade for stars? A franchise that isn't happy with the second round? No, dude, this is the kind of franchise I want to support. This is the kind of franchise I want to back up.
Yeah, and you've got Bill Zito finds out on Wednesday, gets called by the agent on Wednesday. He's like, really? He's available, calls the GM and gets things rolling. He doesn't wait. He knows there's other teams in this mix.
Of course.
He's like, fine. Well, we'll give you the 2 guys. Our top player, Jonathan Huberdeau, our top free agent defenseman, Mackenzie Weegar. We'll give you some future stuff. We'll give you a Cole Schwinn at a prospect and a 1st round pick. That way, if those 2 guys walk from Calgary's at least got, some future stuff. Right. They at least got something out.
And by the way, they're not re-signing those 2 guys.
They might.
They'll be lucky if they keep
one. To get one. They'll throw so much money at Mackenzie Weegar that he won't, like Keith Yandel with the Panthers. Everybody's like, oh, I can't believe the Panthers signed Keith Yandel. Well, they threw so much money at Keith Yandel. He knew he would never make it on the open market. Of course he signed here. He got everything he wanted. That's what Calgary has to do with one of those two guys. I don't think QB signs in Calgary, but he might just do it out of spite just to make Bill Zito look bad. Like, because then, if Calgary can sign, at least on paper, hey, we won that deal. We won that
Yeah.
trade.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah.
But
Although
I don't think Huberdeau's not going to live in Calgary just to spite someone else.
Yeah.
He's
I'm with you there.
If he wants to burn the Panthers, he'll come to Tampa for $3 million or something. If he really
All right,
wants
so
to stick it to
let's
the
ask
Panthers.
you the ultimate question of the day.
Yeah.
Now that Matthew Kachuk is in South Florida, who is the South Florida athlete with the most swag? Jimmy Butler, Tyreek Hill, Tyler Van Dyke, Matthew Kachuk, or Jazz Chisholm? Apologies to Inter Miami. You have no players with swag. You cannot be on this list because none of your players come even close to all 5 of these guys.
Yeah.
So, and I know that you follow all sports like me, so I can have this conversation.
That is a great question. Tyreek Hill, I think, is right up there. Jazz, obviously. You got to produce all those guys you mentioned. Produce Jimmy Buckets.
And
I think it's got to be
Butler's
Jimmy.
actually produced more.
Yeah, I
for
think
us
it's Jimmy Butler
than all of them.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Butler, just because of his playoff performances over the years. We haven't seen anything from the other guys when it comes to postseason. Oh, well, Tyreek, you have.
Well, no, not for us. Not for us.
Not for Miami, but definitely for Kansas City.
Right. He's the most accomplished because he's got a championship.
Jazz. I would go with Jazz and Kachuk as we haven't really seen it yet. I mean, Jazz has had his moments.
Well,
he's also a guy that gets benched. He also gets benched on a daily basis by Don Mattingly, depending on the righty-lefty matchup. So,
but I still want more Jazz Chisholms on my team.
We all do. No, everybody does. You tune into Marlins games when he's playing. Absolutely. Same with Sandy. What about Sandy? That's quiet swag.
Yeah, but that's quiet. It's different kind of swag. You know what I mean? Because then I got to throw throw Barkov in there. You know what I mean? I got to throw. Those are the quiet swag guys. So then Barkov and some of those other guys, I got to put.
Sandy and Barkov are similar. They just dominate you and don't say it.
Right. Exactly. That would be
Jazz
the quiet.
Right.
Yeah. This would be the quiet swag list would be on that one. But on this one, who are you going with? Butler?
Yeah,
Tyreek?
I'm going with Jimmy Butler. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, that would be my pick, only because he's done it for us here. You know, hell, NBA Finals trip and an Eastern Conference in 3 years. Holy shit, dude!
And he's got the nickname, right? Jimmy Buckets.
Yeah, and he's got the nickname. All right, what are you working on Florida hockey now, so folks can check you out, my friend?
Well, we've got a bunch of stuff, obviously, with this trade coming on. Again, I break down the work that Bill Zito has done over these 3 off seasons.
Magnificent.
I've never seen anything like it in the National Hockey League. This is a salary cap league where he's been able to just redo it on the fly. I mean,
and by the way, and one more thing, they did what the Kansas City Chiefs didn't do, and they're stuck now with Orlando Brown, and he's got him by the balls. You traded the house for the guy, effing give him a contract right there and then, dude.
Right then.
And
get it over with.
And Laramie Tunsil, the same shit. The Dolphins got a haul for him, and the Texans didn't sign him to a contract at that moment. And Laramie and his agent had him by the balls until they gave him the contract that he was the highest paid tackle, which I'm sure that's what the dude in Kansas City is aiming for. Highest paid tackle, or I won't protect your $50 million quarterback. Right. The Panthers, and you say Zito, but let's give Viola and Sifu also the love, because they also gave the green light to give the dude 8 years and $9.5 million on the spot. Sure. Super smart.
Yeah, absolutely. No. Bill Zito has had that's the thing with Vinny Viola. He's always given his hockey people the room to move, right? I mean, he's Dale Talon had a green light to do what he wanted to do until he didn't, until they replaced him, and they but I think there is a collaborative effort with Florida. It's not just Bill Zito, right? I mean, you talk about Vinny Viola and Doug Seafood. Well, it's also the Florida Panthers have like 3 former NHL GMs in their front office, and they've got 2 or 3 guys that could be GMs. It's a nice group, a collective group, who they sit down and they said, wow, because it came down to Jonathan Huberdeau or Matt Kachuk. Go. Kachuk. Well, I like Huberdeau, but Kachuk. So it wasn't just Zito.
Right.
You know, this is
But
a
what I mean
collaborative
is you
effort,
got to
and
give that
that's why
owner.
the Panthers are smart. The Panthers aren't going to get fooled on salary cap stuff. They're probably not going to get beat on too many trades. Did they give up too much at the deadline? Yes, and that's why you don't trade at the deadline, because everybody overpays. That's the nature of the beast. You're
Right.
going to overpay at the deadline. Every team
But
knows
dude, you're scoring. You're winning a shit ton of games. You're scoring.
Yeah.
You're one of the best
And
teams in the
sometimes it
league.
works and
Yeah,
sometimes it
yeah.
doesn't.
You know, they went Gordon Gecko on us.
Yeah.
Greed is good, and they're like,
Greed
"We're
is
great.
good.
Let's add a little bit more.
Did they
Let's
really
add,
need Claude Giroux?
let's
No,
add.
but holy, Claude Giroux.
Let's add Dutch Dalton and Eisenreich
Right.
on a team that's already loaded and ready to go because we're so good.
How about
And that's
Niner in 2003?
It's the same exact thing. It just worked out for the Marlins. It didn't work out for the Panthers, but it's the same thinking. Oh, we're loaded. Okay. Hey, we're loaded. Let's go add Brian Grant and Eddie Jones. You know, you and I remember that, but most people will forget that Heat team was freaking loaded, and they went and added Brian Grant and Eddie Jones to come off the bench. Those guys became frontline players after that team died out and they had to get rid of guys. And then that was another story that we get into. But at that moment, it was an incredible luxury to trade for Brian Grant and Eddie Jones, and the Heat did it. And it didn't work out. So it worked out for the Marlins, didn't work out for the Heat that year, didn't work out for the Panthers. But it's all the same kind of thinking, dude. You know what I mean? And I can't blame people for trying to win it all. I can't.
You just said I'll remember that. You and I will remember that because why? Because why? We're old. Because we're old.
What? No.
I covered Eddie Jones in high school, bud.
I get that, but it's not because it's not because you and I are old.
I am old.
We are old, but it's not that. It's that because you and I covered it. We remember it. Average fans will not remember the state of that Heat team when they added Brian Grant and Eddie Jones.
They were loaded.
You know, and the average fan will forget. Yeah, the average fan will forget how loaded the Marlins were, and they still went out and added Eisenreich and Dalton, and I think Dennis Cook also from the Mets. Didn't they add him also?
Yes, out of the bullpen.
The deadline, maybe. Didn't they get piggish and add Dennis Cook? Yeah. I think so.
That sounds right.
You know. Yeah, and so, but you and I are historians of all of this in South Florida because we've been covering this damn the sports here for a long time. What the Panthers did is nothing new. What it has to do is be commended that you have an aggressive GM and you have owners, because we've had the Viners of the world who meant well but had limitations. It's not their fault.
Love Cliff Viner. Love Cliff Viner.
Great guy, great group. Unfortunately, they didn't have the cash.
To do this.
Bruce Sherman looks like a good dude. I don't know if he has enough money to play in the billionaires.
He does.
Boys.
He has the money. Will he spend it? Because now he's losing it.
You know.
How much did he pay for the Marlins?
1.1, 1.2 or something. I think it was.
How much are they worth?
Like I think it's $900 million now. Listen, Soto is looking for a contract that's worth more than half of the franchise.
I mean, seriously. I mean, hey,
Juan Soto is going to sign a contract.
When you heard that price, I was still working at the Herald on the news desk when I was like, "Yeah, that can't be right. There's no way the Marlins are worth that. That's not right."
Right.
That's what he's paying.
Yeah.
They're still not.
I know.
Poor guy.
I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, Florida Hockey Now.
Anyway.
Tell them about it, man.
Yeah, come on over, FloridaHockeyNow.com. We got Florida Panthers content on the daily, but you know, I mean, come on, we're almost in August, and we're throwing up 2-3 stories a day. Come on over. Florida Hockey Now costs $3.49 a month for a subscription, or $29.99 for the year for a season pass to Florida Hockey Now. Most of our stuff is free, as you know, but there is today. One of the stories today is about how the trade went down, and that's under for our subscribers only. I talk about how it all went down. Yeah.
Not you.
No,
me.
no, dude,
so
I'll tell you what, the numbers.
Get on our bandwagon. Get on our bandwagon.
But if you want to see how things went down day by day and why Jonathan Huberdeau is so ticked off at the Florida Panthers, check out FloridaHockeyNow.com. The story up top is the story I'm talking about.
And follow him on Twitter at George Richards. Always getting it done. George, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you immensely.
You. Thank you, Orlando. See you,
Got it. There you go. The great George Richards locking it down.
This has been the Florida Panthers Lockdown segment, brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Call 855-869-5625 or go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
All right. Love it. Appreciate it as always. And by the way, reach out to the great people at A. Lenny Lock. Well, listen, first of all, I got to say, I hope you don't have to reach out to alennylocksmith.com. And I don't mean that in a bad way for my guy, Lenny. That means you've been locked out of your home. You've been locked out of your car. That's a bad place to be in. But it's happened to me. It can happen to you. It can happen to any of us. Please call the people at A. Lenny Locksmith, 561-284-5090. They're all over the place, from Miami all the way up to Port St. Lucie. So if you're anywhere in between, you're having problems, even if you need a new key for your car, maybe you want a spare key. Maybe you need a spare key to your car. They can come right to your business, your home. They'll make you the spare key, program it. If the key needs to be programmed, they do that also. Home, if you get locked out or if you need spare keys, whatever it is, they do it all. 24-hour-a-day lock service. So this is what I want you to do. Why don't you just save the number just in case you need it in an emergency? 561-284-5090, anywhere from Miami to Port St. Lucie. Hell, Tampa Bay and Orlando. We've got locations there in Tampa Bay and Orlando in Central Florida. You can call the same number, 561-284-5090, residential or commercial. They get it done. alennylocksmith.com. All right. We thank, of course, George Richards. Excellent work. A lot of fun. A lot of good stuff today to talk. And I've got so much more to talk about, too, on the show. Haven't gotten to. By the way, sad news for Duke Riley and his fiance. She's an IG influencer. She's got about 500,000 followers or something, and he proposed to her at Rolling Loud last year, and now a year later, Rolling Loud comes around, and now they're broken up. What a shame, man. Apparently, it seems like he wanted her to quit doing her IG stuff because he just got a contract or something, and she didn't want to quit her IG because that's what she does and all that kind of stuff. And so apparently they are broken up. I'll tell you this. I don't know what went on in their relationship or anything like that. But as a person that's lived a few years already, never get in the way of someone's dreams. I don't think that's a healthy way to have any kind of relationship. And I'm talking about as a parent. I'm talking about as a lover. I'm talking about as a boyfriend or girlfriend or husband or wife. Or maybe just a friend. We all have dreams, and we all listen. I get it if your friend tells you, well, I'm going to buy the Eiffel Tower and build a man cave at the top. Yeah, okay, I get it. He's an idiot. That's fine. You've got the green light to call that guy. Come on, dude. Stop smoking. Put down the drink. Let go of the drugs, whatever you want to tell them, okay? Go to AA, whatever. But if somebody tells you they want to be a doctor, a lawyer, a police officer, they want to be a football player, they want to be a basketball player, they want to be a reporter, they want to be a fashion designer, they want to be a rap star, they want to be a singer, whatever it is they want to be, why would you want to stop anybody? And why would you want to stop anybody doing what they love? That's the other thing. And that's not how you end up building trust in any kind of relationship, by the way. Like I said, it doesn't have to be husband and wife and boyfriend, girlfriend. It could be any other. And I don't know if that's the truth or not, but if someone's doing something that makes them happy, or if somebody is working for a goal to make them happy, be the person that's in the way. Be the person that helps them get there. That's how they're going to appreciate you more. And that's how they're going to trust you a hell of a lot more. If they don't get in the way of your dreams and your accomplishments, why would you want to get in the way of theirs? We all have dreams. We all want to accomplish certain things. Be supportive, man. I read that story and it's kind of sad. You know what I mean? And when you hear her comments like, you wants me to quit something that I love to do and all that, yeah, that's not cool. And you look at her IG, it's not like she's taking off her clothes or doing anything nasty or anything. It's just regular stuff, man. And if she's making money and she's got a name and she's got 500,000 followers, I think her name is something Jules or something. Why would you want to stop that? You know what I mean? And if you're Duke Riley, actually, that's something that could help you at the same time. You're with somebody that maybe reaches more people than even you do sometimes. But sad story, man. I like Duke Riley. I like what he's done here in Miami. He's done a nice job of building up his career here for the Miami Dolphins. What else do we have? 855-912-1056. Don't forget, Nature B is for me. I've been telling you about Nature B, and there are 27 vitamins and amino acids. And listen, Nature B I've been taking for 20 years. It boosts my immune system. It gives me the energy I need every single day and sustained energy. So at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, I'm not fading away. I'm not falling asleep or anything like that. I've got energy to power all the way through. And I always tell you this, my favorite thing is boosting my immune system. And I can fight off all the nasty colds. I rarely ever have a cold, thanks to Nature B over 20 years. And working with my voice every day, it is imperative that I stay away from colds. I hate having a cold and then having to work. It is brutal to talk for 2, 3, 4 hours with a cold. It's so it supports your immune system. Also, stronger nails, smoother skin, fuller hair, which I've enjoyed from that. Also, go to natureb.com, and we've got a special deal ends this month. Okay, right here in a couple days. You buy 2 months, the third month is free. Use our code Big O and free shipping. 2 months, the third month is free and free shipping. Go to natureb.com, use our code Big O, and you buy the first 2 months, you will get the third month free and free shipping. Feel the power of pollen. And by the way, check out some of the other products too. Love the soap. My wife loves the wrinkle cream. The chapstick they have is also fantastic. All kinds of stuff. 6193 says, Big O, I'm locked into your other channel. Looking forward to more football content. It's coming. And thank you. He's talking about Big O Show Cuts. Please subscribe to Big O Show Cuts. We need to get that one to 1,000 also. All right. Let's switch gears. Let's move over and talk a little basketball. The clock is ticking. The sands of the hourglass are going by. Is the Miami Heat running out of the Durant sweepstakes? Let's find out a little bit more about that as my man Anthony Chang will join us on the other side. Yes, sir. It's our liquor split, Miami Heat, and NBA report. That's next.
Let's tap into the latest with the Miami Heat and our liquor split app, Miami Heat Reports, with insider Anthony Chang. Liquor Split is Miami's own online liquor store. Download, then tap the app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split. Here's Anthony Chang.
And loaded. I got the question of the day I've asked every person that's been on today with us.
Okay.
And that is Benny Navarro, Cameron Wolf, Omar Kelly, George Richards, a Hall of Fame list. What happened with you? Anyway,
a list I don't belong on. Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell's wrong with you? No, you're the cleanup hitter, bro. You're the most important guy. So here we go, Mr. Anthony Chang. Who carries the most swag in South Florida? Jazz Chisholm, Matthew Kachuk, because the Panthers now got themselves finally a guy with swag.
Yeah.
Tyler Van Dyke, Tyreek Hill, or Jimmy Butler. Those are your 5 swags. Again, Inter Miami, I apologize, but you have no players with swag. Nobody that belongs on this list. Not yet, at least. Maybe the Pozuelo guy can get there, but so far, nothing to be noticed on the Inter Miami side. But the other 5, I found the swag guy, the talent guy. I don't think you would argue with that list, right? Right? Those are the 5 guys out of those 5
Tyler,
teams.
I know Tyler Hero. I mean,
No,
off the court with his
but no.
off-court
This has to
fashion.
be. This has to go both ways, bro. It has to be on the ice, on the court, on the field, off the ice, off the court. Has to be both. Jimmy's got the swag, and he leads your ass to the Eastern Conference Finals and the Finals. You know what I'm saying?
I guess
Tyreek Hill's got the swag, and he wins the Super Bowl. Tyler Van Dyke takes over and says, no, yeah, we're going to beat NC State. And he goes and beats NC State. You know what I mean? Matthew Kachuk, you may not know a lot about it, but that's a badass over there in Calgary. And Jazz Chisholm, I mean, need I say more with Jazz Chisholm?
I would say Jazz, honestly. I think I would pick Jazz.
Over Butler. Wow. Because
I define swag as like off the field flair, off the court, off the field flair.
No. That's empty swag.
Okay.
I need on the field matching on the field, on the ice, on the court, matching off, which Jazz does that because he's a performer on the field and off the field. So is Tyreek and so is Jimmy Butler and all that. So then everything combined, who is it?
Then probably Jimmy or Tyreek.
Right.
If you're going to go in that direction, because they're they're the 2 best players of that group right now, and they've accomplished the most, I would say, especially Tyreek, who's won a Super Bowl.
But I go Jimmy because I'm just thinking in the Miami sense because what he's done for us. Like Tyreek won the Super Bowl, but I don't give a shit. He didn't win it for us.
It doesn't matter to us.
Right. But he does have the swag. He has that. That's one of those guys you needed in that locker room. You know what I mean? I think it's important. And you've been around Jimmy. So when I'm watching Matthew Kachuk, because one of the things that I was complaining about with the Panthers is I love Barkov and Huberdeau, but they were both Robins. While they're great players, they're not, like Ray Allen. Ray Allen's a great player, but he's not really going to be talking and not going to be swaggy. That's not who he is. He's a silent assassin. You know what I mean? He's, Tua calls himself a silent assassin. Barkov is kind of a silent assassin. Zach Thomas was a silent assassin. Those guys were leaders in their own rights and winners and all that.
Yeah.
Right. Chris Bosh, silent assassin. Yeah. Dwayne Wade was a silent assassin. Please. He wasn't really a talkative bravado guy and all that stuff. Alonzo Mourning was both, actually. He was publicly an assassin, and then on the court he was an assassin. So that's why I like these kind of guys. And when I look at Kachuk walking into that locker room, you've covered your guy and Jimmy Butler since he's been here, and you saw what a guy like that, what a difference it makes in the locker room, on the court, in the practice court, all over the place.
Yeah, he's an alpha among alphas, right? Like it's like a different level of alpha. I mean, everyone in professional sports is pretty much an alpha. So you have to be almost in to get to that level. But Jimmy's even an alpha among those different alphas. So I think it's just a different level. Jimmy makes a big difference. If you're going to define swagger as just kind of being the guy, I say Jimmy has to be at the top of the list. Definitely, especially for what he's accomplished down here.
Yeah,
if you're going off court swagger, I still argue that Tyler Hero should be on that list.
Okay, no, that's fine. I mean, Jazz Chisholm can be right there with him doing all that kind of
Jazz
stuff.
and Tyler.
The problem is it's baseball. Very few care about baseball compared to basketball and football. That's why Jazz may not get as much. But damn, dude, that guy's got swag and a half, man. I love that kid.
Definitely.
The baseball needs so many more Jazz Chisholms in their league. Not just the Marlins. The entire league needs a lot more Jazz Chisholms. All right, my brother. We see that now Boston is in the mix. I live in reality, bro. You know, I don't like to live in the fantasy and start to create all this kind of bullshit. There is no deal on the table that Miami can make that can beat Boston. If they're willing to part with one of their guys, in Tatum or Brown,
yeah,
Miami's going to have to give up Bam, and they don't want to give up Bam, right?
Right.
But even giving up Bam, I can still see the Celtics putting together a better package. And in getting Brown or Tatum, they still get a player that's more suited for today's game than Bam is, because Bam isn't offensively at the point that you need him compared to those two guys. So here's where I'm thinking of now. If this is starting to pick up and I'm the Miami Heat, I think I need to start going to the Utah angle or other angles now, because I don't see how Miami now gets an upper hand if Boston is in the mix.
I disagree with you on one thing. I think, well, according to report, it doesn't appear, and I would be shocked if Jason Tatum was a part of any trade package that Boston offered Brooklyn. It's Jaylen Brown. I think if Bam was on the table, and he's not, we know that, right? The Heat aren't willing to part ways with Bam up to this point. I think Bam would trump Jaylen Brown. I think the Heat could put together a better package.
And Smart?
Well, Smart's included. Well, if the Heat offer, again, I don't know if I would do this, but he offered Bam and Tyler, I think you could argue it trumps that package, especially with picks.
I'm taking Brown and Smart. It's way smart. It's way smarter to take Brown and Smart in today's NBA.
Yeah.
Because Smart can shoot, maybe not at the same level as Tyler, but he can defend, something Tyler cannot do. He can lead, which really Tyler hasn't proven to be a leader yet. And then you've got Jaylen Brown. And let me tell you something about Jaylen Brown. There's a part of me that says Jaylen Brown has a chance to be better than Tatum, because I almost feel like he reluctantly plays the number 2 spot.
Number 2 role. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost feel like there's a part of him that's dying to take over and explode and prove that he's a number 1 guy. There's like this anger in him that I see, that it's corralled because he's really smart and he understands what he has to do because he's a professional. But you can see that there, at least that's what I feel, there's a volcano brewing in Jaylen Brown that maybe we haven't seen yet. And I think he reluctantly plays that B role there in Boston. That's just me.
Yeah. Well, I at least think it's comparable. I would say the Heat have an edge, but I don't think it's crazy to think Boston has. I think it's very comparable. If the Heat were willing to offer somebody like Bam, which again I don't think they're going to move on that, but we'll see. I just think it's interesting that report came out yesterday, because from everything you read, there was something that came out this morning that offer was made in early July during Summer League.
Right.
And talks have been dead for weeks because as we spoke about last week, we go, guys, people are on vacation, they're taking time off. There's a time of the year, everything's dead. Everyone I've spoken to doesn't expect this to pick up until September, or even later. I mean, until basically the season nears. And yeah, if Jaylen Brown truly is still on the table and the Heat aren't willing to offer Bam Adebayo, then they really don't have a shot, right? And
well, that's why I'm saying,
yeah. But even Utah though, like if New York is willing to offer 4 or 5 picks,
right,
then the Heat don't have a chance there either.
Right.
So they're in a tough spot. The Heat are in position to remain patient, I guess, because if it doesn't come to fruition, this is their roster. They're going to run it back. They have basically almost the exact same team minus PJ Tucker, which is obviously a big loss, but everyone else is pretty much the same. And they'll just have to wait for the next star to become available, because I just don't see them.
Can a trade be made that you trade Bam to them and they trade you Ben Simmons, or does Ben Simmons have to go to a third team? It can't be a swap. Or
no,
can
you could take back Ben Simmons.
Well, well, then what have I told you for a couple of weeks now? That's the only way the trade happens. That's the only way the trade happens. Yeah, we're going to take Durant. We're going to give you the player, but you got to take Ben Simmons also. And then that becomes, the tipping point because the Celtics aren't going to take Ben Simmons. most teams aren't going to take Ben Simmons, who's trying to acquire Durant. Miami would be the one team that would have to take the headache along with the star. And really, they're one of the only teams that could maybe make Ben Simmons, whatever,
Right.
fix him mentally or whatever, and make him a player again. You know what I mean? It's not make him a player, because the guy can be a player if he wants. It's more like getting him over that threshold of scoring, I guess. Really, that's kind of what it is. Because really, if you just make him play his game, he could be really dominant.
That's what I was going to say. And the Heat wouldn't need him to be a 25-point a game scorer, right? It's just about being a great defender, which he can be. We know that. Running the offense, especially if you have to deal with Kyle Lowry, which he could do. Be a facilitator and just, I guess, take advantage of mismatches with his size.
Right.
That's what it would be about. It's kind of like, I mean, they're different players, but what Golden State got out of Andrew Wiggins, like we've spoken about the last few months ago. Look, you go to a really good organization with a good developmental system, they can get something out of you if you're that talented. And Ben Simmons is very talented.
He got the career season out of his life, and yet he still regrets taking the vaccine. That if he doesn't take the vaccine, he doesn't get the career out of his life and the contract that's coming. You idiot! I heard that comment. It's like, yo, moron. Like the vaccine's harmless, bro. It helped you and it helped your career. What are you talking about? Right. You regret taking the vaccine. God, please, man, Mitchell, what the hell is wrong with you? All right, so if you're not going to go after Donovan Mitchell, or if you can't get Donovan Mitchell, who do you think is the first of option C? Because we've talked about all the names. I still haven't heard that they're trying to trade John Collins.
Right.
Like we all talk about it, but I haven't heard Atlanta's trying to move John Collins. Okay, we know Miles Turner is available, and we know that Jay Crowder could be had, right? I mean, those
Harrison Barnes
and Harrison Barnes. So, what's your gut tell you? Who's option C? If they fail on Durant, they fail on Mitchell, and now they've got to go. Who's option C?
I don't think they do anything. I really think, because any of those guys at this point, you're probably gonna need to deal away a first-round pick. And as we've seen, they can't if they really want to make a move for a star and be in the game in the next few months and next year, next offseason, they need as many first-round picks as they could cobble together. And I don't know if they can afford to trade a first-round pick for, Harrison Barnes is going to make you a better team, but marginally. It's not a game changer. You're not all of a sudden becoming the favorite for a championship. I think they hold on to it and they move forward with what they have, and then mid-season, they kind of gauge the market. Maybe they can get somebody without dealing away a first-round pick, or maybe somebody becomes available in the buyout market that they could add. I think that if they don't, if they're not able to land Kevin Durant and Donovan Mitchell, I think this is the team. Plus Udonis, I think the expectation is he'll come back. He hasn't made that announcement yet, but he'll be the 14th guy if he does continue his playing career, and the Heat will move forward with this roster.
And by the way, somebody on the chat board saying, I think Boston may be trying to halt the Heat trade. I don't think so.
I don't think, no.
I think Florida Panthers. I think they like Tatum and Brown, but I still think they're not convinced that either one's a Batman. And maybe they're convinced that both are Robin, and they said, Durant would be the Batman and we would make Tatum the Robin to him, and now we're ready to roll. It's the same thing the Panthers thought. Barkov's a hell of a player, and so is Huberdeau, but they're kind of Robins. They're not really Batmans. We need to go trade for a Batman. We might have to trade one of our Robins. I kind of get the feeling that that's what the Celtics are thinking. They love their two players, but they need just a little bit more, and Kevin Durant is just a little bit more. So I kind of that. And by the way, one more caveat to all of this. Durant should want to go to Boston the way Tatum played him defense.
And not having to be defended by Jason Tatum anymore, right? Yeah. And the other thing is that similar to the Panthers situation is just like Huberdeau was going to be a free agent in a few years, Jaylen Brown is going to be a free agent in 2 years.
Right.
So again, that's something Boston obviously has to take into account when doing this, and also Brooklyn, right? Brooklyn doesn't feel like they'd be able to keep him in 2 years, and you're not getting significant draft compensation, because the report was that Boston was offering one pick. You can't trade Kevin Durant for a rental, right? If Jaylen Brown is pretty much the big piece you're getting. So I think obviously Jaylen Brown is the best young player that we've heard of that's been offered for Kevin Durant, but I don't think it's this incredible offer that Brooklyn could not pass up. And everyone, people are like, why would they pass that up? That's, it's a great offer. There weren't that many picks attached to it. Marcus Smart apparently wasn't in the offer. It was Jaylen Brown, Derek White, and a pick. Now, if Boston in a couple months says we'll add more picks, we'll give you Marcus Smart, then it's different. But until then, Brooklyn's going to be patient. And again, one thing we haven't one person we haven't heard from is Kevin Durant in this whole thing.
Nothing.
I mean, I would think he'd want to play with Boston because they're a really good team. Jason Tatum was a really good co-star to play alongside, especially at Kevin Durant's age, a young star. But we don't know. Maybe Kevin Durant doesn't want to play in Boston, and that messes up everything. So there's still a lot of variables here that we don't know.
It wouldn't be the first black player to say, "Yeah, I don't want to play in Boston." So let's be honest. Jose, Miami's not trading for Jaylen Brown. Boston's not going to give Miami Jaylen Brown, dude.
No.
So stay off the drugs, Jose, is what I would say to you. Maybe you might be drinking a little too early today in the afternoon. So you may want to hold off a little bit there, Jose, on the liquor. Say no. All right. So what do you got? No, seriously. I mean, you think the Boston's going to trade? Okay, he's like, well, he won't be happy now that he's been mentioned in rumors. Brother, if you play in the NBA long enough, you're going to be mentioned in all kinds of rumors. Almost every player will be mentioned in rumors pretty much. So that's just the way it goes.
And if I'm going to be mentioned in any rumor and Kevin Durant's on the other side, that's probably the best I can do.
Right. Exactly.
I'll be honored. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Karan Butler is traded for Shaq. What's he going to do? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's how it is. But there will be no Jaylen Brown coming to Miami. That's just silly. What are you working on the Herald so folks can check you out, Mr. Chang?
Yes, as you know, Big O, things are pretty slow, but I have something up today on Nikola Jovic. He is the one new face on this roster as of right now, but he might not even play much. So just kind of going through the Heat's expectations for him.
I said G League, and Ira feels like they'll molest him down there. Like, oh no, they'll get him and they'll tear him apart, and he'll come back. He'll be missing an arm and 4 toes or something, and he'll never be able to play again. He'll be shell shocked. This and that. Do you feel the same way? Because I didn't realize that. I'm like, no, I'd send his. I mean, he was playing with men in Europe, so what the hell? Send him down to the G League and toughen his ass up. That's not the case. Do you feel like Ira that they're going to keep him up here and just practice him with the rest of the guys, and that's how they'll develop him?
I'd be surprised if he spends extended time in the G League, but I do think he'll spend some time in the G League. I think it only makes sense, especially if he's not playing in the NBA. Like, he needs, at 19 years old, raw talent, late bloomer, like, he needs the minutes. He needs the experience. So I would imagine he'd get some playing time in the G League. I mean, KZ Okpala got playing time in the G League. Josh Richardson got playing time in the G League. Like, did he do that?
Okay, so now you got me on that one because Josh was a second rounder, right?
Josh was a second rounder. So was KZ.
Okay. So, but normally first rounders, they do. No. I don't think they've sent first rounders because I'm thinking about this while we're having this conversation. I just thought about it. I'm going, outside of Jovic, I don't know if I've seen another first rounder that will be sent to the G League from them. So now let's be honest, they don't keep a lot of their first rounders.
Right. And the first rounders they've gotten have actually, to the Heat's credit, been contributors. Bam, Tyler, like, they couldn't afford them. I remember Bam's rookie season before the year, they said, we might send Bam to the G League. It makes sense, give him playing time, but it ended up that they couldn't afford to send him there because he was actually in the rotation.
Right. And those are kind of high picks in the first round for them.
Lottery picks.
13 is like, that's a high pick for the Miami Heat. Because normally that means they had a mediocre year, which is just not normal for them to have those kind of years. So that's the interesting part out of all of that. All right, so check them out at the Miami Herald. Make sure you subscribe also and support all of our local journalists there at the Miami Herald, and catch him twice a week doing his thing here with the Liquor Split Miami Heat and NBA Report. And don't forget, download Miami's own app and get your favorite liquor, beer, chips, snacks, smokes, get it delivered to you right there to your home. $2.99 flat fee. And the first time you do it, we're going to give you 15% off. Use our code BIGO15. Download the app, iOS or Android, anywhere in Miami. They take care of you. Anthony, as always, thank you, my brother. We will catch up later on in the week.
Thanks. I'll talk to you soon.
You got it. There you go. The Liquor Split Miami Heat report.
You're now tapped into the latest with the Miami Heat. This has been the Miami Heat Liquor Split Report with insider Anthony Chang. Download the Liquor Split app and enjoy your favorite drinks at wholesale prices. Delivered right to your door in minutes with a flat fee of $2.99. VIP lifestyle without the VIP prices. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
All right. Megota Viola, he says, it's a good question, Big O, calm down. Hey, we love Jose Lucas. It's a terrible question. And we all ask terrible questions. I do it. You do it. It's a terrible question. They're trying to trade Jaylen Brown for Kevin effing Durant. Why would they trade him to Miami and make them better? And what is Miami going to give them in return for Jaylen Brown? Because they're going to want in return for Jaylen Brown. Use common sense, bro. It's a terrible question. It is a terrible question. It's the kind of stuff that fans would come up with without actually thinking about the repercussions of everything. So it's a terrible question. But at least I'm honest that I will tell you it's a terrible question. And I will explain why it will not happen. Mick Jagger, 79 today. Damn. Awesome. It's still impressive that his bandmate is still here with us. That when Keith Richards dies, we're all in trouble. We're all in trouble. Just telling you that. Okay? But happy birthday to Mick Jagger, 79. Miles Deep says, morning, Big O. I guess you're out in the West Coast. That's right. You're out in Vegas, I think it is, Miles Deep. Thank you, sir. Good morning to you out in beautiful Las Vegas. Hot as hell, Las Vegas, but beautiful. What if Miami decides to go young and they trade Butler for Brown? Oh, man. Come on, bro. It's some of you out there, it's just there are things. So you're going to trade your alpha that leads your team for a guy that's never done it before. So that is I'm glad you're continuing the conversation because you get to bury yourself even farther. So you came up with a dumber fucking question than Jose did. That's what you did. You came up with something even dumber, even more ridiculous. Would you like to continue the conversation and bury yourself even farther? At least Jose didn't follow up. He kind of figured out, yeah, it probably doesn't make any sense. I'll leave it at that. Let it die there. But you continue. And so you defend a bad question by producing an even dumber question. Nice job by you. Way to go. You want a guy that hasn't proven it for a guy that's proven it. Oh, I love it. I love it. Some of you out there, that is fantastic. If you're expecting kids' gloves here, you're not going to get it, man. You ain't going to get it. Go somewhere else to get the kids' gloves because you ain't getting it here. That's for damn sure. By the way, 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056. We will be at Hialeah Park on Thursday. We're back there at 10 a.m. rocking and rolling. So come on out and join us out there at Hialeah Park to have some fun. Appreciate it. It's all of you out there. Big O, do you think Boston getting Durant, trading Brown and Smart, they're the favorite to win the championship next? They will definitely be up there, Rosendo. Yes, because they're deep enough. They've done a good job of drafting and their bench. They'll be able to add if Durant signs there, they'll get another veteran or two that will sign for minimum. Just like if Miami gets Durant, They'll be able to add a couple of veteran guys that'll take, minimums and stuff like that to come here and win. Yeah, dude. Whoever gets Durant, if it's Miami, if it's Boston, if it's Phoenix, if it's Toronto, he elevates them to a chance to win a title because those teams have enough around him to make it, championship worthy. So hell yeah, Rosendo. Hells to the yeah. Troy, if you could go back in time, would you attend Woodstock or the Dolphins Super Bowl going undefeated? Oh, you bastard. You got me good on that one, Troy. You know me well. Like, you know me, like, really, really well. Yeah, I have to go with the Dolphins. No, see, Troy, I have to go with Super Bowl and the Dolphins an undefeated season. Do you know why? Brother, that's the last time we won. Those 2 seasons. It's been 40 freaking years, 50 years practically since we last won. So yeah, I have to go with that. Only because I don't know, the Dolphins 45, like I know they're going to win it now in 2023, but going that long, as much as I've suffered, yeah, I know. Yeah, as much as I want to be at Woodstock. Oh my God, do I want to be at Woodstock? Might want to. The US Festival is the other one that I really want to be at. It's a hell of a question, Troy. You really stuck it to me on that one, bro. But I got to go Dolphins because it's been so long. Wow. Think about the people that went to those 2 championships in 73 and 74. Think about how they feel right now as Dolphin fans. Like, wow, we went to the last championships of the Dolphins. We haven't won another one since. Not like, you know how privileged you are that if you attended the 73 and 74 championships. I know it's a 72, 73 season, but whatever. Think about that. How crazy is that? Those people are in rare air right now. Those Dolphin fans that went to those 2 Super Bowls are in rare air right now. I don't even know how many of them we have left. How about that? That's the other thing you got to think of. Because obviously they're up there in years. Let's see, what else do we have? He's not raging, bro. This dude can't have a normal conversation like a normal person without lashing out. What can I tell you, my man? If you ask a stupid question, I'm going to tell you it's a stupid question. If your feelings get hurt, I'm sorry, man. This is not the place for you. This is not the spot where you're going to get, handled with kid gloves. It's a stupid question. That's all. Just, what's best? When you ask something and it's dumb, and then you sit back and realize it, you know what the best thing is? Say, you're right. It's a stupid question. Thank you for calling me out on that. I call myself out if I do something dumb or ridiculous or say something wrong. So you think I'm not going to call out your ass? Yeah, I'm going to call out your ass. So that's how it is. You want little polite talk, then, go somewhere else, man. That's not what we get here. Let's see. Super Bowl tickets were cheap in the 70s. Yeah. Big O, put your cards on the table. Where is KD going? I'll go Boston now. After what I'm hearing, they have the better packages and the better players to give away. If that's the truth, if Boston is really in it, the only way how many times have I said it? And I repeated it to Anthony Chang the last couple of weeks. The only way Miami makes this Durant deal work is if they take Ben Simmons. Only way it works. They don't have enough ammo to make the deal. They can't compete with Phoenix. Well, actually, now with Ayton, that makes it a little more difficult. But all the other teams have more ammunition than Miami. So if Miami is going to trump them, they have to take their headache. Because Boston's not taking the headache. Toronto's not taking the headache. I don't even know if Phoenix is still in the mix, but they're not going to take Ben Simmons. Nobody's really going to take Ben Simmons unless it's a bad team. So Miami, their only in is if they take Ben Simmons too. Now, cap-wise, I don't know how that works with Durant and Ben Simmons and all that money, and then you got to trade back all that money. So remember, Tyler doesn't make a lot of money. So if you're trading Tyler with Bam makes money, but Tyler doesn't. So now you've got to add other salaries to kind of get there. I'm not smart enough for that. So that also complicates it too. Okay. I am 80 years old and did live through the wonderful era. I guess, Big O, I consider myself very fortunate. You, sir, are blessed. You're part of our Dolphin Nation that's super blessed. You're one of the few that you were lucky enough to go see a Dolphins Super Bowl win live. My God, I'd give anything to do that. As things stand right now, who do you think has the best chance to win the trophy in 2022 or 2023? Dolphins, Heat, or Panthers? Well, the Dolphins, of course. They're winning it in February. We'll be in Arizona. What's wrong with you? How can you even ask that question? By the way, when sports and business collide, we do something here. It's a little different. It's called the KSDT Sports Business Report.
This has been
All right. Yes, sir. When sports and business collide, it is time for the KSDT Sports Business Report. And those of you that are NFL fans, the NFL yesterday unveiled a new subscription service titled NFL Plus. We've talked about this in prior KSDT Sports Business Reports. It is now a $4.99 a month fee. Or $39.99 annually. It will give subscribers access to live broadcast of local and primetime regular season games and playoff games on their phones and tablets, as well as live audio broadcasts to all games. So that's pretty cool for you Dolphin fans. At least you will also get the audio and you get to hear your team, or maybe possibly they might be showing the game also too. The league also introduced NFL Plus Premium at $9.99 per month or $80 annually. I mean, $9.99, which includes a feature of the basic package as well as full game and condensed game replays across devices. The streaming service is the first of its kind among American sports leagues. Crucially, NFL Plus doesn't threaten to challenge the league's cozy relationship with its traditional broadcast partners, considering the service only offers mobile streaming. The NFL signed a 10-year deal worth about $10 billion annually with Amazon, CBS, ESPN, Fox, and NBC last year. The 6 most viewed telecasts in the United States last year were NFL games. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell called live games the most valuable content in the media industry. And now you will get to have that option as an NFL fan. They will find ways to create more revenue like this, but it's also a way of bringing, listen, we all live here. That's why this platform was created. That's why I was dying to get the hell out of QAM, because I'm looking at the way the world is going, and it's not for radio. It's not for television. You want to go digital. And I was dying to start this because this is where it's at. Everybody's going there. The leagues are all going to platforms. Shows are going on to platforms. Even radio stations now, they understand the antenna and all that cost out the window because you got to go to platforms now. And they've got to worry more about digital than they do live. The idiots that still play the game on radio live are morons. That's why they've fallen behind, because they don't play the digital game, because the world is on demand. They're really not watching you live. Now, what Goodell's doing, he's right about that. Few things are live, and sports is one of them. Almost everything else you watch on demand. Your favorite shows are on demand, right? You're going to watch Stranger Things when you get home, when you have time, and you'll binge watch and you'll watch a whole bunch of them, right? You're going to watch probably the newscast on your time, speed through the commercials. You're going to watch whatever it is, this cooking show, whatever, you're going to watch it on demand. You don't watch it right at 9 o'clock when it airs. Very few people do that anymore. You've got to be really old to be doing something like that. But most people that are on the go, man, it's all on demand. I'll watch it later when I get home. Smart move by the NFL, and boy, another revenue stream. That's your KSDT Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Thank you all out there as always. Tomorrow, we'll be at Dolphins camp in the morning. We will probably be doing an afternoon show. So don't expect us to be on tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. It'll probably be sometime in the afternoon after practice, and maybe we'll have some sound for you and interviews and all that. Make sure you subscribe to both the Big O Radio Show, which is this one, and then our Big O Show Cuts. Go search for Big O Show Cuts. As camp starts now, we will put all kinds of content on there and on both channels. And we will also start doing some live stuff on the other channel too. So you want to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Always hit the notification bells. That way you know when new sound is posted, new videos are posted. Sean is constantly working. Sean is racing with Manny Navarro on who can produce, more either articles on his part or content on Sean. I mean, it's an endless thing. He's 24 hours a day coming up with content. So make sure you follow both of them out there. We thank Sean Stanley, as always, mastering this program. Manny Navarro, Cameron Wolf, Omar Kelly, George Richards, and Anthony Chang. Good luck to you all out there if you're playing a little Mega Millions. If you win, you should treat Sean and I to some lunch one day. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the least you can do. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button. I see 197 people on the chat board right now. I'm looking at the likes. It's 150. Come on, baby. Hit it. Let's go over 200 at least here today. Let's go. Hit that like button, please. It helps get the show going and the algorithms, and it shows up in more Heat fans and Dolphin fans and Marlins and Panthers and Inter Miami and Canes and all that good stuff. So please hit the like button. We shall see you tomorrow. Same place, same bat channel. Not exactly sure of the time, but it'll be sometime in the afternoon. Hit that notification bell and you'll find out. Y'all be good.